Conspiracy no more. What's no longer a conspiracy? I know who stole your testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. When you lose your testosterone, nothing good happens. And ladies, this applies to you too. This applies to you too because of teaser. Oh, it's going to be both comedy, tragedy. Todd Pemper, good morning. Don't forget to clean your starfish every morning. Use a toothbrush, could be very condensed tools, already accessible. Yale says sometimes that using facts with no facts still acceptable. Are you going to mentor me about New Haven? Come on, dude. Stolen testosterone, stolen retardation, because you're trying to lop inches off my testosterone. Taking inches off my testosterone, that's Web 2. Oh my God. You guys are really going to enjoy yourselves. Who am I? Let me introduce myself. This might be your first video. I'm Larry Chang. I'm proud to say that I am Lawrence Chang because I came up with this video for us. What video did I come up with? That we're going to boost each other up. One, problem. A lot of people have lost a crap ton of testosterone. Two, this script is amazing. Three, have you ever gotten better watching a video? Charlie Jones has chimed in to say hi. Welcome. I know who stole your testosterone. I know who stole some. I know who stole some. I know who stole some. I'm not aware of that chemical. Did you just make that up? Did you just pull that out of your butt? Testosterone. Proposterone. That's actually a chemical that we should manufacture, because proposterone is where we become prosperous via testosterone. Back on script. Toblerone. Toblerone is a form of chocolate. Testosterone is the chemical that we lack. Well, we don't lack it. We actually have too much testosterone. That's what women tell us with, hey, you need to tone police. You need to word police. We need to penis police you. That's what women are trying to do to us. They're trying to penis police us. If our penis energy is too big, women will say, well, not all women, postmenopausal women will say, hey, you've got too much BDE. You've got too much testosterone. Your big dick energy is causing me to want to penis police you. That's what a Karen does. And once you see it, you won't be able to unsee it. Why is she so empowered to try to take away your testosterone? Why is she so empowered? Because she's going about it as if she has a mandate. She's working as if she has a mandate to mitigate your testosterone. Is this directly from heaven? Nope. It's from a central government, central authority that has dictated, hey, it's okay for an overt war on middle class heterosexual men to mitigate their testosterone. Let's backtrack so that way we're all reading from the same future script. Studies have shown that testosterone levels are low and lower and getting even lower. Study after study has reaffirmed. So I'm not going to go into those studies. If you don't think that testosterone is a problem, go ahead and click away. Because what this video is pure comedy for I know who stole. I know who stole the testosterone. I know who stole it. I've got 4 pages of content. Let's get into number 2. Stolen valor, stolen testosterone, stolen jokes. When the world gets wired to steal or be fake, the testosterone is going to drop. Would you like a little dose of homosexual content on a streaming service? That makes lady boners sad. That makes regular boners extinct. Why does homosexual content make regular boners go extinct? Because nobody wants to see that. That's what happens when you steal stories, when you steal valor, when you steal truths. Where I don't want to watch a story that inadvertently has a side quest into something non sequitur and very homosexual. When it makes your brain sad, your penis gets sad. Perfectly on cue. Perfectly on cue. Perfectly on cue. It's on cue with the next 5 topics. Before I delve into all these topics, what is something that you see in my background? Because I want to make sure that you're not a robot. I want to make sure you're not a robot. So comment what you see so that way I know you're not a robot. I know who stole your testosterone, which is your mother's brother. I'm not going to ask you where your biological father is, but I am going to tell you number 3, your mother's brother. Who is your mother's brother? Is he a problem? I know who stole your testosterone. Perfectly on cue with the prior topic, which is the food that you're eating. It's causing you to lose your testosterone. This is where garbage in, garbage out. Because if you're eating garbage, you're going to have a bad penis and bad vagina. Have you guys had bad vagina? You can tell vagina is going to be bad when you watch the food that she's going to eat. Food quality, water quality, plastics in your scrotum. When the food became slightly fake, that causes testosterone to drop because the name of this video is called I Know Who Stole Your Testosterone. When there are plastics that end up in your scrotum, and if you don't know where your scrotum is, maybe you don't have a scrotum. Which is your ball sack, your testosterone holder, your testosterone producer. Hey, robot, Tell me something that you see in the background, moderator. My God, do I have a moderator that's a robot? Yikes. That's okay. Come back to moderate when you can prove to me that you're not a robot. Tell me something that you see, Charlie Jones, robot. When the plastics got into the food, it got into the food because there's fake food with fillers. That's a milk bone. That's a piece of cardboard. That's where sawdust got infused into a cheeseburger. Who puts sawdust in a cheeseburger? Who puts sawdust in a cheeseburger? How did you even learn that, Larry? You're such a wealth of knowledge. I learned it in the movie Founder, where the McDonald's brothers said, I'm not using fake milkshake mix. Next thing you know, I'm going to be putting sawdust in my cheeseburger. I'm not a food scientist PhD, but I do know that if sawdust and plastics get filled into our food via a chicken McNugget, I'm going to guess that my erection is not going to be as strong. That's not point number 4, food, microplastics. I know who stole your testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Your brain. Your brain stole your own testosterone. Larry, make it make sense. You're speaking hilariously and preposterously, and dare I even say, how does that even happen? How can you be a robot and be modding people's live streams? Ha 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 ha. No, that's because someone's in two places at one time. So when your brain is the culprit, your brain is a filthy liar. Your brain is a filthy thief stealing testosterone from your testosterone producer. So your brain is the brain in brain number 1, or the brain that's between your ears, theoretically. Your brain steals testosterone. Why? It's because your brain is starving. Your brain is starving. And so when your brain's starving or dehydrated, it'll steal from everywhere because your body, it takes care of the brain. Because when your brain dies, you die. But before your brain dies, it's going to steal testosterone, which is why if you don't take care of your brain's going to steal testosterone. Larry, do you have a PhD in dick and brain? No, I have a PhD in vagina whispering. I realized that women were making dumb mistakes. And then I said, why is your vagina producing chemical to lie to you? And then they said, well, what about your penis, Larry? Your penis is so amazing, but does it lie to you? And then I came up with point number 5, which is your brain, it's stealing testosterone from your penis. So I know these sound like jokes because it's hilarious, but it's also true because I took the time to make this funny. What's funny about your brain stealing penis energy? It's funny on 7 levels because 1, Busy Gold wrote a book, but chapter 38 did not exist. Busy Gold, your brain is a filthy liar. Chapter 38, because she only has 34 chapters. chapter 38, which is the 34 chapters that she wrote, plus 4 more, which is your brain has to steal resources. So when you're low on oxygen because you're drowning, your brain steals oxygen. When you're low on hydration, your brain is at 72, 73, 78% moisture. It's going to start stealing water from your small intestine. That's why women sometimes get constipated because they're not drinking enough water, and your body's going to search for remnant water wherever water is available, which is what altitude sickness is, which is, hey, are you constipated? Hey, do you have headaches? It's headache, my brain is dry. Constipated, my stool is dry. I have altitude sickness because your body begins to break down. Larry, you sound so smart, but how does this apply to I know who stole your testosterone? Testosterone is for distribution. Testosterone is for distribution. Larry, are you seriously laughing at your own jokes right now? Yeah, because they're funny. And if I have enough confidence to laugh at my own jokes because they're funny, you not laughing at my jokes or even liking what you're hearing, it's cause for concern because I'm telling you for a sixth time, your brain not liking this is causing you to lose testosterone because your brain being jealous of testosterone, that causes less testosterone. Where when you don't like what you're hearing, you've got no shot at making more testosterone. Where when you're in a testosterone deprivation situation, what's deprivation? It's where you're short on testosterone and now you're just going to give up. Larry, my penis isn't working. I never get an erection unless I watch more and more deviant porn. I'm just going to give up on my penis because I can't give up on porn. Larry, did you just solve why people are addicted to porn? I can't help it. I can't help it. I just listen to people's problems by reading your troll texts. I read your troll comments. I read. And when I read, I step out of, hey, is this a personal attack? Because it's not a personal attack. It's your brain trying to survive. Let's go from survival mode to thrival mode because guess what, kids? I know who stole your testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. I know because the first person that we're going to blame, because we're going to let other people have a dollop of this wisdom, but the first person that we're going to have to be aware of is our own brain. So let me recap what that point was, because maybe you thought I was joking, but didn't know I was 100.0% accurate. Yeah, this is financial advice about your penis. This is, I know who stole your testosterone via your brain. So when your brain is no longer as horny as you used to be, because you just realize, hey, I'm not as horny as I used to be. So your brain starts stealing testosterone, and then you come across a YouTube video, which is, hey, do you want to no longer be addicted to what you're addicted to? And then your remnant testosterone is saying, we still need that porn because without that porn, that becomes more and more deviant, more and more disgusting, more and more porn, where you're going to need more porn because your penis is now wired for only an erection will happen when there's weirder and stranger porn. This is why when men morph outside of their relationship, they won't get a hotter and hotter girl. They'll just get a stranger and stranger girl. And if you're one of the 90% of people who watch my videos without having a good relationship with your father, remember, your father is the reason that testosterone got lost because your father had waning testosterone and decided to put his penis inside of Strange in order to recap lost youth because he didn't ask the question with Larry Chang answering it, which is, hey, where did my testosterone go? Because your brain is mortgaging future testosterone and your ego needs that porn in order to run the flag somewhat up the pole. So when your brain hears, hey, there's a medical solution for my testosterone mitigation. Hey, there's a pill I can take in order to get better at testosterone. What happens when we're low on testosterone? What happens when we're low on testosterone? One, no zest for life. Two, we don't study and work as well. This is why women and black people can't invent shit because it's not good testosterone or something's messed up. Three, what happens when we're low on testosterone? I'm not going to just say nothing good, but good happens when you have testosterone, where you're now not relying on dopamine because you have a ton of testosterone. What is dopamine for? Dopamine is for making your brain feel good about fucking. Because when you're actually having organic sex and not porn sex, as a man, as a woman, when you have sex, it's also dopamine producing, but it's easier for a keyhole to accept key, whereas it's very hard for a key to unlock a door, especially a key that unlocks all doors. True story, truer stories have never been told. This is where, when you are low on testosterone, you need to ask yourself, hey, did Larry Chang do a video on February 22nd, 2026 called I Know Who Stole My Testosterone? I know who stole your testosterone. I know who steals testosterone. And I know these are hilarious things. I mean, come on. The Vibe doing this video at sunrise. It's a sunrise video about morning wood. I mean, that's it's gonna elicit some feelings. What kind of feelings do you have about having more testosterone? You thought I was going to ask you, what kind of feelings do you have being of low testosterone? When your brain interacts with your penis or vagina, when your vagina has chemical that circulates and affects your pituitary gland, which is what produces your testosterone. Larry, are you saying that women produce testosterone? Yeah. When women are obese, women produce too much testosterone. Larry, I'm going to trust you on this, but I'm taken aback by how smart you are. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm also noticing who's watching this video and not liking this content. Larry, are you saying that women produce testosterone? via their vagina? Yeah, I am saying that because the name of this video is called I Know Who Stole Your Testosterone. I was gearing it towards men, but women are the majority of my audience. I didn't know that. I mean, it makes sense because it's women pretending to be beta males trying to drag me down, crabs in a pot. Larry, how do you know that women produce testosterone? I know this because there's this medical malady. It's called endometriosis. There's this medical malady, easy for me to say, called PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome. What happens with inflammation is it steals your testosterone if you're a man. Inflammation. It's why if you're fat, it's really hard to get hard because you're fat. But it's not just because you're fat, it's because of the inflammation. Ladies with inability to get a lady boner or too much lady boner, it's because fat women are kind of aggressive. Have you guys ever noticed that? Grrr. Where's my DoorDash? Grrr. I don't like how much testosterone you have, Larry. Grrr. Fat women, very aggressive. Larry, why are fat women so aggressive? Why are you so smart? Fat women are aggressive because they have inflammation because they're fat. It's the definition of being fat with inflammation. Here's the juxtaposition. This is the joke's payoff. You think these are funny, but they're actually endometriosis driven. Endometriosis, it's where you have an ovarian lining growing in the wrong spot. Why? Because of inflammation. When women who are obese, they make too much testosterone. Men who are obese make too much estrogen. That's the entire value of this video. That's the entire value of this video. So when fat women are too aggressive, that's because women react to testosterone similar to how men react. So when men take testosterone supplements, there's a thing called roid rage, which is not hemorrhoid rage, it's roid rage. Cheers to comedy. That's 100.0% true. Cheers to that. When you're asking us to draw us a cat, I'm going to ask you if you're a robot. So when you're saying robotic like things, I'm going to time you out. It hurts me much more than it hurts you. Larry, come to my boba business and let's make some cash. You sound like a person who's fat, black, and low T. Low T. Low T, baby. Low T. Low T, low B. When you're black and you have bad testosterone, it causes you to be poor. And then it has you asking questions like, Larry, come to my boba business? What are you talking about? I'm in your boba business right now over the internet. Little Leaf 8541 says, nice hat. Thanks. Do you like the topic? Our topic is testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. It's fat women. Fat women have more testosterone. fat men have too much estrogen. So when you're fat, that's not natural. I mean, now it's natural because the food is fake and it's causing you to plump up before slaughter. That's why fast food makes you fat, because the food is meant to cause you to eat the food that got slaughtered. So when you eat the fast slaughter food, you get fat in a hurry. It's by design, it's food engineering. So when you get super fat as a woman, you lose estrogen and you make testosterone. So when you get fat as a man, you lose testosterone and you make estrogen. This is why man boobs are a thing. That's because you have estrogen. That's because when your body is fat, you start making the opposite chemical. You start making the opposite chemical. The name of this video is called Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Salutations, my friend. How are we feeling today? Asks Sir Carnage. Oh, we're feeling vibrationally on point, doing a video before work. 99 days of sunrise videos, testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. I'm sorry that your mother's brother touched you inappropriately. I'm sorry that your uncle, your mother's brother, touched you inappropriately, which is point number 3. I know, I can't help it. You comment something and I can read how tall you are. Comment something and I'll be able to figure out, bro, it was your mother's brother. Is he dead now? How did he die so early? Crazy how I know this. Crazy how I know this. Inflammation. At least you're not fat. Inflammation. So when you're a woman, right back on script. So when you're a woman and you're fat, you make too much testosterone. You should be making estrogen. That's the woman chemical. When you're obese as a man, you make too much estrogen if you're a fat man. That's why fat men have woman boobs, because you have too much estrogen. When your fatness steals testosterone, that's who stole your testosterone, is you're fat and now you make too much estrogen. The name of this video is called I Know Who Stole Your Testosterone. This is the next segment, which is brain 2, which we actually have been talking about. Oh my God. Point number 6 transitions so nicely. It's called brain 2, brain 3, brain 5. So, what is brain 2? If you've never been to a Larry Chang video before, there are 5 brains. 1, your brain. Yeah, it's stealing testosterone, but we've already gone over that. If you comment brain 1, I'll recap that point. Brain 2 is your stomach. Your stomach is your second brain. Brain 3 is your penis, because testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Brain 4 is your ass. And yes, I have brain in my ass, because you've seen me pull shit out of my ass that's kind of genius. And so I'm going to just admit freely to you, I just pulled that out of my ass. My brain must have, my ass must have brain. Brain 5 is AI or a computer or a book. So it's stuff that's going to go into your brain, but is currently your 5th brain. Some people who don't believe that they have 5 brains or a 5th brain, those are people that we call non-readers. They can't read, they can't use AI, they can't even read one book. They'll say, hey, one time I downloaded a book, I put it on a thumb drive, I keep it in my pocket. What? Have you never read any book? How are you doing today? Have you ever heard this horny goat weed? Yeah, that's called, that's called, hi, how are you today? Have you ever heard of this horny goat weed? So people are trying to do testosterone fixing from a medicinal standpoint. All of all of oral testosterone, all of oral testosterone is a mortgage on future testosterone. Why do I laugh when I talk about oral testosterone? Because when women swallow my testosterone, it causes women to make more estrogen. That's why oral testosterone is funny on 1,000 levels. Larry, how does swallowing testosterone produce estrogen? It's the most natural thing because when you swallow testosterone of the father who inseminated the baby that's inside of you, your placenta gets stronger. Larry, now you're just pulling stuff out of your ass. No, it's me pulling stuff out of my fourth brain. Oh my god, my ring finger brain. Because let me repeat that joke because it's both accurate and insightful to the name of this video called Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone, which is your own brain, where when you don't encourage me to cheer me on in talking about an incredibly uncomfortable topic, because I'm literally talking about my penis to other men and majority women. Like, this is an uncomfortable topic. And when you don't like this, the likeliness of the information going from my brain into your brain is reduced ginormously. So, when a woman swallows testosterone, why does it produce estrogen? And why does it make a pregnant woman who swallows the testosterone of the testosterone that made her pregnant, why does it make the placenta stronger? It's point number 5, women's brain and men's brain. Why is the human gestation period 9 months? Why is it when men who don't have a relationship with their father, their testosterone level is both too high and too low, where it should be moderated and appropriated? Okay. So, what happens when men get really mad is they can't control their testosterone because it's waning. It's called an extinction burst of testosterone. Is this a PhD thesis in some of the most genius shit that's ever been talked about? It is. And it's because I did research on this and I'm an expert in testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. So when a man's father leaves, the man gets mad because your mom is now your dad. So when your mom is now your dad and she doesn't have a penis and she's helping you manage your penis, you're going to get super angry. So then you have a penis that's producing testosterone. And now when you get mad, you're going to ire her angry, meaning you're going to make your mom angry and she's going to say something hurtful like, your father used to do the exact same thing and he was an asshole. So now your testosterone is messed up because somebody who's got testosterone, because your mom's fat and she's producing testosterone, yelling at you, but she doesn't have male testosterone. She has inflammation, female testosterone, and that's causing your testosterone to be messed up. which is why you have a messed up relationship with your mom, loving her too much because she is both your mom and your dad. Is this how I can affect the NFL, NBA algorithm for Black people that have all those problems, all the testosterone problems, with 250 million other problems called a $250 million contract? It is. And you're welcome. Because what happens when you sprinkle $250 million, it is not mo money, mo problems. It's the baseline, which is in a video I did today, February 22nd, which is testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. When you're trying to find testosterone and then you're getting a penis extension, Larry, I'm lost. What's a penis extension? You see, when you make nine figures of money, and maybe you don't know what that feels like, but when you make nine figures of money, it's like having a penis extension because now you're saying, hey, I'm literally BMOC, big man on campus. And let's say you don't know about me making nine figures while in college, but understand that even if you made nine figures 10 years after college, 20 years after college, 30 years after college, making nine figures affects men different from how it affects women. It's, in short, the pop culture references, which is becoming a unicorn, which is 9.9 figures, aka 10 figures. And maybe you're not very good at math, but that's 3 commas of money. That's the 3 comma club, baby. Who gave you testosterone? This isn't stolen valor. This is you getting confidence from my competence, because that's what this video is meant to do, is meant to increase your competency, increase your knowledge. This is why you lost testosterone, because you read about people who have nine figures or watch videos by dudes who have 3 commas, and then you get both empowered and disempowered. But this is me cheering for you, helping you. It's me cheering for you, helping you while making you laugh, which is testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. So, to finish that last point, when you add 9 figures of money, you're adding testosterone. But you've seen that sometimes testosterone can be a powder keg because money causes problems that you are not aware of. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't make money because you're not at the, well, some of you actually are at the 9-figure level. What I'm saying here is when you get a penis extension, I'm going to go over 5 penis extensions. They're both good and bad and good at the same time. Penis extension number 1, a 9-figure NFL contract. When you make 9 figures of money, that's approximately 5 lifetimes of money. But some people, they lose 5 lifetimes of money in one lifetime. Guess what happens to your testosterone after you lose 5 lifetimes of money? Your testosterone goes haywire. Penis extension number 2, you get 7 figures of money, and you're able to save 5 figures. So, women, I want a guy who's 6 feet tall with a 6-pack abs making 6 figures. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Ladies, do you know how much money 7 figures is? It turns out 90% of women don't know that answer. And that's okay, because now we can make more money while Larry splaining to people. It's like mansplaining, but it's done via comedy, where I'm mansplaining some of the most basic stuff ever about testosterone. But to me, something that's basic is a PhD level of knowledge. Why? Because lesbians who are in control of college, or fake gay people who are in control of college, just won't let me in for my PhD in testosterone. No worries. I will have launched 3 PhD theses before this video ends. No PhD required. You don't need to call me Dr. Larry unless we're doing role playing in bed, in which case I am Senior Nurse Larry. I know it kind of turns me on when I'm not a doctor and I'm like the head nurse and she's the doctor, but I'm needing to boss her around. Ooh, I'm actually turning myself on right now. Get it? She's the doctor, but she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about because she's a cunt Stanford doctor. And the only person who's going to bend her over and talk to her the right way is a male nurse who actually read the patient's charts. Oh my God, I'm getting goosebumps right now. This is so talented. Penis extension of reading. Well, that was actually the last one. Penis extension of preparation. So I don't even do foreplay, if I'm being honest. Why do I have to work all week and then do a side job on YouTube? And then now I got to do foreplay again? No, 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 no. That's penis extension, foreplay, prepping. So that sounds like a joke. And I know you guys laughed because it's hilarious. And if you didn't laugh, you're retarded. I'm going to tell that joke again, which is prepping. Preparation is a penis extension. Why? Because people with no penis can't appear on time. They call it women. Women call it time blindness, and you get time blind when you don't have enough testosterone. Time blindness. You're showing up 15 minutes late because there's too much testosterone hitting your phone trying to fuck you. And then it's going to make you late because you don't have enough testosterone. That's why you're late. If you're late swimming sperm, you don't get to inseminate the egg because that's what being on time means. Larry, what's your video about? I've never been to a Larry video before. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. This is the penis extension component of it, but it also helps women because getting somewhere on time via preparation, preparing for a music conference, music festival that somebody gave you a scholarship towards, which is, I'm going to pay for you to go to this music festival in Miami, Art Basel. Did you do any prep? Nope. Can you even show up for your free flight on time? Nope. I missed the flight. This is what women do. They missed the free flight to Dubai, which is actually smart because in Dubai, you're going to be doing 2 girls, 1 cup in Dubai. Cheers. Penis extensions. Point number F. We've already gone over point number A, which is 9 figures. So point number F, penis extension, is where you stand next to Larry Chang, you regurgitate and parrot Larry Chang genius, and then other people say, oh my God, that's really genius. That's a penis extension. That's brain 5. That's point F. Now you'll never forget it, because if you don't take notes of this video, this information is going to get lost. Let's say you have small penis syndrome. which is beta mailing, which is small brain syndrome, small penis syndrome, low testosterone syndrome. That's right out of page 127, page 132. Look at how quiet these comments are. Look at how quiet these comments are. Look at how quiet. Look at how quiet these are. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You can be a moderator if you try to moderate other people. That's right. Penis extension via a brain extension. Oh my God. This is point F, point G. So at the heart of, at the penis of it, at the heart of it, at the penis of it is inflammation. Colloquially, we say at the heart of the matter, this is the malady. At the heart of the issue, it's lack of preparation. At the penis of this matter, hitting the G spot of your brain. Because when you're saying reported for misinformation, your hard drives will be checked by law enforcement. Please record yourself. This is recorded. Please record yourself so that women can be warned to keep you involuntary celibate. That makes no sense, because you're asking for orgasmic proof of the PhD theses. Theses is more than one thesis. World without morons like this. So I already pinned it. So what you're not asking, you're telling, is you didn't ask me what my pronouns were. You missed that step. And I realized that Alyssa Liu and Eileen Gu, Sarah Park, Lisa Kim, Olympic gold, adjacent to Olympic gold, Sarah Park, Lisa Kim, Alyssa Liu, Eileen Gu. They removed their pronouns. Fuck them. What? You're going to win a gold medal and you're just going to leave us in the LGBTQ TT community? Because you didn't ask me what my pronouns are. Because now you understand why I'm acing this. Because you're telling, not learning. Let me repeat what you said, which I pinned. And now screenshot. Because your testosterone is getting stolen. You don't even care anymore. You're just trying to say, the woman who I'm listening to with the cowboy hat, she, her, she, he, say my pronouns. Comment my pronouns. I just gave you my pronouns. So I will let you moderate, but you've got to write down all my pronouns because I just said them all. Oh, what the actual fudge are we talking about? Arisha Prakash, we're talking about testosterone. I know who stole men's testosterone, period. Larry Chang, pronouns, she, her, they, she, her, she, her, she, her, she, he, she, he, she, he. Alyssa Liu, Eileen Gu. So they just recently won gold medals as Wasians. What's a Wasian? And how does this apply to testosterone? Oh, it applies to testosterone, Wasian. It's a white Asian. Because you didn't ask me what my pronouns were, and nobody's even said and repeated what my pronouns are. I like how the comedy goes two ways. Kind of like a two-way NBA player who's never going to make nine figures. Two ways. Comedy up, comedy down. The topic that we're still on and valid, it's testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. I'm Larry Chang. Pronouns: she, her, he, her, she, her, she, her, she, her, he, she, he, she, he, she, he. The reason I use so many pronouns is I'm a little upset at my fellow Wasians who are adorned in PhDs from UCLA, Stanford, to be matriculated. Ooh, I'm getting goosebumps. UCLA, Alyssa Liu. Stanford University, Stanford. I did say PhD, Stanford. I did say PhD. I did not stutter. What this is, this video that's recorded, which is a PhD in, please record yourself. That's a water burp. That's not a gastrointestinal burp. Please record yourself so that way women can be warned to keep you incel. Virginity once lost cannot be rehymen attached. Once your penis hymen breaks, I have a penis. My pronouns are her, she. My pronouns are her, she, but I possess a penis. Once my penis hymen is broken, I can't reattach my hymen. World would be better without morons like this. Is this your first video? Welcome. Welcome. This guy is dumb as shit. Oh my God, you're a man. I thought you were a woman. You're a man. Joined 12 years ago, 1 subscriber. JZ6273. Oh, were you born in 73, 62? Cool. Welcome to your first video. 99 days of sunrise videos. Right now, it's interior day and the sun is blaring. It's sunrise. It's 99 days of sunrise videos. Penis extension number G. Getting sunlight into your eyes is a penis extension. And I know I'm laughing at my own jokes, but the guy, Robert from Stanford University, who is a neuroscientist, he talks about letting light into your eye in order to get testosterone. That shit works. Yeah. That's G. Web 2. Oh, you're welcome. Say thank you. You might think it's an identity crisis. I'll get to the comments in a second. Thank you for keeping me on script. This message is held for review. When your message gets held for review and you can't pass the most basic filters, you've got a problem. I know who stole your testosterone. Social media stole your testosterone. Is this where we blame social media for everything? No, we're blaming social media for stealing testosterone. How? When social media causes you anxiety, it's stealing your testosterone. when social media steals testosterone, you're understanding that social media is working exactly the way that it was engineered to work. This is why Web 2 is broken. This is why on July 11, 2024, I conjured up Web 12 in order to help you with a testosterone injection, a injection of knowledge, a testosterone injection, an injection that is Web 12. It's like, hey, Larry, have you eaten this random root that makes you horny? That shit doesn't work. What works 60% of the time, or it works every time 90% of the time, is getting away from a mortgage on future testosterone. What also works every time, 100% of the time, is Web 12. What is Web 12? It solves Web 2. What is Web 12? It's you taking one thing from the past 1 hour, and let's say you just joined. That's okay, because if you have been here 20 minutes or an hour, good job. You've now fixed your brain to pay attention, which fixes your penis because your brain is connected to your penis. My penis is my cowboy hat. This is why I wear a cowboy hat, because I want people to be like, oh, all hat, no cattle. And then I say, nope, I have the biggest penis on YouTube. It's just right now I only have 800 subscribers, but I feel like I'm going to be a celebrity soon. I feel it. You guys feel it too, don't you? You guys feel it too, because what the actual frutada, testosterone, I know who lost your testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Come on. If there were a topic for me to do a world tour podcast, it's called testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Would you like 3 PhD theses of content faster than you pop out feces, right? Which is Web 12. See, when your brain is stressed, your brain's going to produce way less testosterone. But when you're stressed as a woman, you're going to produce too much testosterone. This is why angry Karens get more angry, and then they angry eat, or they call it comfort food, and then they get even fatter, and then they get more testosterone. Once you understand what I understand, I don't doom scroll. When I scroll, I do confirmation scrolling. What's a confirmation scrolling? This is shit I talked about 10 years ago. Why is that video only getting 60 views? The reason I mitigated my popularity before, and now I'm risking it all by doing a video called Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Is I am done being on the sidelines. I'm done being on the sidelines. I'm willing to risk it all to help my fellow humans. You thought I was going to say fellow man. You thought I was going to say fellow man. Because Web 2, it's working exactly the way that Zuck, Evan Williams, Jack Dorsey, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Chris, the dude who started Instagram, James Hong, hot or not, Web 2. When you ask, is it AI? You're thinking that we're in wave 4 AI. We're never going to escape wave 2 AI. What's wave 2 AI? It's AI is retarded and kind of shitty. But here's the thing. Humans are getting shittier and shittier, where people are asking the wrong question, which is AI going to be smarter than humans? It's not, is AI going to be smarter than humans? Is a human going to be 10 times dumber than a retarded dog? I had no idea that people from Islam in Africa, and I had no idea in Somalia, I had no idea how retarded those people were. I thought black people, you got to be genius because my smartest friends are black, smartest ones. Have you met Tom Brady before? Yeah, yeah. He's actually smart. Larry, he's Caucasian. uh. Not when you call his mentor Ed Reed. Tom Brady, my dog, has entered the chat. Not when you call Ed Reed my N word, hard R, on TV. When you call a person hard R, you and get zero blowback, you are not honorary black person. You're now more black than black if you're using black people's definition. If you're using my co-founder of South by Southlawn's definition, this is what it means to be black. I'm adding inches to your IQ right now. I'm adding inches right now to your IQ. Obviously, AI is going to let me have what? When you go from that to pedo comments, yeah. You are a cougar. You're a cougar. How do I know cougars who like little kids, i.e., 12 years old? Because when I was 11 years old, I did a three-way with two women. Obviously, AI. Obviously, you're deviant. I forgive the two women. I forgive. Yeah, you think it sounds that way because you're that way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Web 2. Social media is working exactly the way that it's supposed to. Social media is working exactly the way it's supposed to, which is stealing your testosterone. Why is social media meant to steal your testosterone? Because of the group of people who own media. TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. Your testosterone is getting stolen. TikTok, mother scratchers, your energy is getting stolen. Your financial energy, your life energy, your estrogen, testosterone energy stolen. I want women to catch some strays, which is women. I know who stole your eggs. I know who stole your eggs. It's a postmenopausal woman trying to sell you on something that's an ism. Any kind of ism is language formed from people who really, really, really love stealing, who really, really, really have a hard time building. Feminism. Did it steal your eggs? Feminism. Is it trying to steal my testosterone? Feminism. Larry, aren't you the founder of feminism? Yeah, okay, I am. But I didn't know what I was doing, and now I'm trying to undo that work. Larry, make it make sense. You see, a company that has a female CEO, it's just amazing every time. It's amazing every time. Larry, are you the vagina whisperer? Yeah, I didn't want to be called the vagina whisperer. Larry, this video is supposed to be about testosterone. Why are you talking about vagina whispering? Vaginas connect to penis, and sometimes it wraps around. Sometimes the vagina rejects the penis. Sometimes the vagina is allergic to penis. Sometimes the mouth accepting testosterone orally makes the placenta stronger. When there's an ism that is meant to steal from us, we can just be aware of it and then forgive it. We don't necessarily have to fight it, but it's a problem. So the problem that we can solve, which if you don't make $800,000 from this video, you are a retard. And if you can't initially make $50 to $5,000, there's something broken in your brain where you've never taken a book the way I took a book. The reason I talk about book and testosterone is, can you financially benefit from one YouTube video? This is your brain's involuntary brain celibacy, because I want to repurpose the word incel to Larry sell. Larry is selling you on not reading a book, yes, reading a book, but turning this into a book that you read, because you have listened to this. There have been how many genius knowledge bombs and logic bombs dropped during this video? The reason I'm imploring you to financially benefit is not because I'm getting ready to start a pyramid scheme, because that's a black person thing. Sorry. It's a white person thing. Black people aren't smart enough to come up with this, which is a Ponzi scheme. A black person Ponzi scheme is sticking a gun in a person's face saying, give me the $17 that you have. That's black Ponzi. White Ponzi is taking money from Peter and paying it to Paul. That's white person Ponzi. This is Larry Chang pyramid, which is, this is a pyramid scheme with 0 layers. I don't need to convince you that I'm rich. You don't need to invest in a person who's lying to you about being rich, because if you want to be rich, you would make $90,000 using this video. You would make $90,000 using one video. If you're at $0 per video, if you're at $0 per YouTube, this is why testosterone, I know who stole your testosterone. If you come up with a video that's a clip video of this video, people will pay you because people don't have the answers. And you might be saying, oh, but you're so verbose. Oh, you're so windy. And you have some beta male criticism, which is, well, you get to your point. So when you say that, you're discounting the fact that this video, it's the most genius video ever done. The name of it's called Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. When you regain your testosterone, you regain your zest for goals. Maybe you don't even have goals. And I'm not laughing at my jokes. I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at you because if you had goals and the energy to go get those goals, you would get more testosterone. That right there is worth an infinite amount of money, or $0. The answer to how much money it's worth, it's up to you. There is no inner sanctum. There is no email newsletter. I'm not going to email you this shit. Oh, Larry, this stuff is really genius. Can you email me a recap? Fudge yourself in the face. Hey, Larry, that party that's going to happen March 7th sounds really cool. Can you email me about it? Hey, Larry, your Art Basel event in Miami, it sounds amazing. Can you text message? Can you send me a text about it? What? Do I look like your fucking assistant? What is fucking wrong with you? Fucking write it down yourself, cunt. Larry, I really want to come visit you. Can you send me the details? No, I don't care how hot you are. And your blonde hair and your giant boobs, they're amazing. They're amazing boobs. You have amazing boobs. They're amazing. But no, I'm not going to text you. Write this stuff down. Art Basel, December 7. Art Basel. Art like art class. Basel like Miami Art Basel. BASEL. So the reason that we're dropping these kind of jokes while not joking about real things is Web 2 is meant to cause you to be lonely. In the same way that your dating app, it doesn't want you to fuck. Larry, you're hilarious. I know, right? When your dating app wants to keep you out of the sex zone, your testosterone is going to drop. Larry, are you saying that my dating apps are causing your testosterone to drop? Actually, I am. In fact, your testosterone has probably dropped so much that you've deleted dating apps. Larry, I have questions. What questions do you have? Or do you have criticisms because my testosterone is causing you to feel offended? My testosterone is causing you to have feelings. Ask me what my pronouns are. In fact, I've already told you what my pronouns are. Tell me what you're hearing about what my pronouns are. There's a woman, she wants me to send her pictures of my penis. So, this is the power of my penis before the selfie, which will never come. But you're going to come before those selfies come. Why? Why are you going to come? Because you're going to come via my brain's thoughts. Come on. Do I look like a person who sends dick pics? This is my dick pic. This is my dick pic. This is my dick pic. What, are you mentoring me on avoiding scams? You don't know about my friend who started a book website. You don't know about my friend. This actually, oh my God, this is perfectly on script. So I have a friend. He started a book website. His name's Jeff, and he sells books on a website. What was his website called? It's some kind of geographical theme. It's like Brazilian or something. Amazon. It's called Amazon. So Amazon, he's getting extorted from his wife's retarded brother or girlfriend's retarded brother. He's getting extorted, my friend Jeff. Guess what he does? He publishes his own penis. I think at the New York Times. Bye-bye. 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 The stream just got better. The stream just got better. That hurt me much more than it hurt you, but that's okay. Because we're not about short-term gains. We're about doing long-term testosterone gains. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. So what we're right at the cusp of, which is why I am about to explode. You can feel me about to explode, correct? We're on the cusp of a pyramid scheme with 0 layers where you can financially benefit while you understand testosterone. I know who stole the testosterone, which is to say, this knowledge has never been spoken aloud before. This knowledge is going to be turned into literature, pamphlets, and, God forbid, more podcasts. I don't want to be the only person financially benefiting from this content. Therefore, I'm going to make the statement, this is a bank account extension. You thought I was going to say penis extension. No, this is a bank account extension for you. Why? Because I'm literally going to inseminate your lonely bank account. How am I going to inseminate your lonely bank account? With the following sentence. I, Lawrence Chang, operating as Larry Chang on YouTube, legal given name, as the #1 most American in America. Sarah Park, Lisa Kim, Eileen Gu, Alyssa Liu can take the silver behind me because of this statement. I, Larry Chang, transfer this video's intellectual property from Lawrence Chang, YouTube channel Larry Chang, from Larry Chang to you. This allows you to beg, borrow, steal from my ginormous testosterone brain. Because if you can't parse out one New York Times bestseller or at least Amazon category bestseller from this content, which is a 3-way PhD thesis, think about this book title, which should make you $90,000 and help you appear on podcasts with me called Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Podcast book, which is 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge, testosterone. I know who stole men's testosterone. 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge about testosterone. 2 girls, 1 cup of testosterone. This stuff sells itself. This stuff sells itself. Let's go over the chapters. Chapter 1. You're damned if you do have testosterone. You're damned if you don't have testosterone. Oh my God. Oh my God. Not the Chinese cowboy again. Says a white girl pretending to be a Caucasian guy, pretending to be a Caucasian girl. Or operating as a Caucasian girl. Sarah Park, Lisa Kim, Alyssa Gu, Eileen Liu. Technically, it's Eileen Gu and Alyssa Liu, but it's kind of like Sarah Park, Lisa Kim, Sarah Park. Gold medalists, Wasians. So chapter 1 is you're damned if you do have testosterone. You're damned if you don't have testosterone. Larry, are you going to map out 14 chapters right off the top of your head? Is your IQ 500? No, it's just under that. It's 488. This is me adding inches to your labia while adding IQ points to people with low testosterone. Chapter 2, managing the treasure of our brain 3. Treasure management of the treasure of our testosterone. That's chapter 2. Chapter 3. Oh, I got it. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. That's chapter 3, where you tell people that you got it on February 22nd, 2026. That's chapter 3 is, hey, don't spend $80 for my book, Two Girls, One Cup of Testosterone. The hidden reason that men in America lost their testosterone. 14 chapters of genius. Chapter 4. How low testosterone people network and talk, which is very, 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 very beta male-y, very, very feminine. Have you heard about the feminization of America? It's what happens when a mom is your dad, because your dad, he would rather fuck strange, he would rather interact with women that he's never met before versus taking care of you. Oh my God. This is you losing testosterone because when your brain is removed of a father figure, delayed gratification and time dysmorphs. Time bends poorly, where you experience time improperly. Yo, this dude is trying too hard. The reason I'm trying so hard is because this video is the most valuable video that you've ever watched. LOL, you're talking about low testosterone? Look at you. Oh, are you saying my testosterone is too high or too low? You can't figure out what you're talking about because you're talking right from 2 pages. I'm assembling the bibliography for chapter 5, which is somebody with no testosterone mentoring you that your testosterone is both too high and too low? Because too high, too low, look at you. You literally are saying that my testosterone is too high. Yeah, this dude is trying too hard. CCW sport cards. There you go. You collect cards on high testosterone, high performance individuals who had to work really hard just to make the league. Oh, somebody doesn't realize that you're looking at a person who went pro in 2 sports. Oh, green tea is delicious. Yeah, this dude's trying too hard. Parentheses. He's got so much testosterone. LOL, you're talking about low testosterone? Look at you. Look at you. So you're saying simultaneously that I have too much testosterone and too little testosterone. That means I am right at the perfect G spot amount. What is a G spot? This guy named Grafenberg, he's almost as smart as Larry Chang, because Larry Chang, he's a pussy magnet. But I'm not just going to rest on, oh, I can find any girl's G spot. I'm going to tell you how G spots work, because I need to go from an unconscious competent, which is, I didn't know I was hitting your G spot. What's a G spot? Oh, I'm hitting your G spot by just holding your hand. What's a G spot? And then after, let's say, 1,700 women told me that they have had the best sex ever with me, I had to become not a unconscious competent. I'm like, okay, I'm going to actually read a book about what this G spot thing is because I sound like a fraud. I feel like a fraud. I feel like an unconscious competent. You see, when you're a pussy magnets tend to feel like they're frauds because I can starfish and be better at sex than 99% of people. Why? Because women are just trying to extract the baby juice, and the baby juice is valuable because women will mortgage everything for a guy who's got 9 figures, six pack, and is 6'5". It's they wrote a song about it. They wrote a song about it. Look, look, it's the light of God hitting me in the face because I'm going to twist this into a Christian message. Because I could have just rested. I could have just rested after 7 bullet points in the same way that God rested after 6 days. But what we're doing here is bringing you the godly message of maybe you shouldn't fuck every girl, Larry, that wants to fuck you. Let me repeat that because this is testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone, which is 0 girls want to fuck you. Because every girl wants to fuck me, I asked myself the question, maybe I shouldn't have sex with everybody that wants to have sex with me. Once you wire your brain like that, you will find your testosterone. Because maybe it's not about the fact that nobody wants to have sex with you. And then now you're going to talk to somebody who has too much sex about being a virgin. So I had to put my brain in a pretzel to explain what you're saying. Yeah, this dude is trying too hard, which is parentheses too much testosterone. LOL, you're talking about low testosterone? Look at you, involuntary celibate. The reason your brain's in a pretzel is you're simultaneously saying you're too masculine and you're not masculine. So when you put your brain into a pretzel, I'm going to guess that that's how you are all the time. Pretzel brained. I'm not saying pea brained because you're actually smart. You've got enough confidence to comment. Internet, Web 2, social media is stealing your testosterone. Social media. 1 or 2% of people create content. 7 or 8% will comment on the content. 90+% of people are the silent people who, I don't want to say lurk, but we just silently learn. I don't need to comment or like on your video. I just want to learn, take some notes. I just want to learn. I want to take some notes of somebody else's video and I want to publish what I learned. Oops, did I make 9 figures again? Oops, is this my first rodeo? I write on a blank sheet of paper so that way my pen doesn't, it's friction. Larry, did you just talk about your penis's friction? Yeah, because this video is about testosterone, pen friction. When you write on a hard surface with no paper backing, it's too hard. It's too hard. So to get the friction just right, I write on a blank piece of paper. So Sarah Park, Lisa Kim, Alyssa Liu, Eileen Gu. What maybe you don't understand about Asian vagina is it's kind of the nicest vagina. I know I should date Asian women, but I don't. But when I have dated Asian women, The vagina is amazing. Like, it's amazing vagina. It's amazing vagina. But here's the problem with amazing vagina. It's like where the Caucasian girl lubes it up too much. When there's too much lube, there's not enough friction. It needs to be the perfect amount, not the perfect amount of friction, but that's what happens when you're with Asian girls. Is sometimes it's a lake down there. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Epinephrine. So I hypothesized that the reason that Asian girls have such nice vaginas is that first of all, I don't date Asian women. But when I have dated Asian women, I should maybe go back to that because I'm going to marry. This is why I don't date Asian women, is because I know I'm going to marry an Asian woman. And I don't want to get married yet because I want to date 4 to 9 more Victoria's Secret models, not Eileen Gu. Not Eileen Gu. My Stanford number is still 0. My Stanford number. So when you say voluntarily celibate at Stanford, that would be accurate. VC. Oh my God. VC. Voluntarily celibate at Stanford. I got to write that down. Do you see how you're helping me? VC, voluntarily celibate at Stanford. Oh my God, a compliment. Fatoshi 7510. Larry's awesome. All y'all don't understand because he's on a higher level of intelligence. Now I feel bad because compliments kind of wreck me. Vagina whisperer. So when you call the pussy magnet a vagina whisperer, you're understanding that all pussy magnets are vagina whisperers, but not all vagina whisperers are pussy magnets. So unconscious competence, the G-spot. I felt like a fraud because I could always find the G-spot, even when I wasn't even having sex. Christian prayer upcoming. This is why I was able to curtail my ratio of women that wanted to have sex with me to people I actually had sex with. You see, right now, this is what's killing people's testosterone, is as soon as a woman might want to have sex with you, men lose their mind. Because men, when you're too desperate to have sex, it ruins your brain. This is why women and half the people here are saying, oh, you must be gay. Because you guys have seen when women throw vagina, and I'm like, oh, cool, thanks. Look, oh, cool, thanks. Oh, cool. So I don't know what the crazy hormone is, but you have to cut down on that, okay? That's what low testosterone says, because 3 Light Traveler has low testosterone. I don't want to know that you have low testosterone, but you just told me, because I'm not going to delete your comment, because this is a video about solving low testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. 3 Light Traveler. I don't know what the crazy hormone is, but you have to cut down on that, okay? The crazy hormone, which mitigates in school, is when boys have testosterone. And a female who's postmenopausal will say this: I don't know what the crazy hormone is, but you have to cut down on that, okay? Now your boy who has testosterone is going to get chemically castrated. This is a 4th PhD, which is boys are not meant to just sit in class like little girls, Indian style or crisscross legs. Like, that's not what we're supposed to do. I don't know what the crazy hormone is, but you have to cut down on that, okay? I'm not going to cut down on my testosterone. Page 127, page 132, chapter 5. Fake mentors. Fake mentors, which you're a mentor, because I'm understanding you. You're my fake mentor. I know you don't know what the crazy hormone is, but you have to cut down on that, okay? No, I will not chemically castrate myself, because castration, even in dogs, doesn't help you connect with other dogs that you castrated. That's a lie. Is that PhD in animal husbandry? Yeah, because they don't just do ovarian surgery out of a cow so that way female cows get along better with other females. That makes no sense. If that were to make sense, we would cut the balls off of all black people in jail because they're black people in jail. Is that what you're saying? That's actually kind of an interesting idea, actually, is castration of males. But I don't approve of that. What I do approve of is understanding that you now understand. That is pretty funny. I'm not going to pin it. But come back better with more funny shit after your 10-second timeout. 3 Light Traveler. Hello, postmenopausal. I don't want to know what the crazy hormone is, but you have to cut down on that, okay? You're a woman. You're a woman. And as a woman, I want you to not wage war against a person using pronouns her, she. Her, she, her, she, he. Because when women try to drag down other women during a video called Testosterone, I Know Who Stole Your Testosterone, chapter 5, false mentors. False mentors, which is, why are you trying to chemically castrate my testosterone? That's the dynamic that happens at school. I was telling somebody who had a rugrat, super cute, Asian rugrat, just bouncing off the walls. And I said, you know, what's going to help is testosterone management, because someone's in school is going to try to chemically castrate them. And I'm not about chemical castration, even for our most hardened criminals. Cutting balls off of incarcerated people is primitive. The response to me was, Larry, he hasn't hit puberty yet. He doesn't have any testosterone. Excuse me? You're born with testosterone. That's what makes you a boy. When boys are going to act like boys, chemical castration and medical mitigation of testosterone fits perfectly into this video. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. When you encourage little boys to be little girls, you're going to have gender dysmorphia within pansexual neurodivergence. Where are my homosexual Hail Mary throwers? Pretty quiet right now. Deathly quiet. Oh, when you can shut up people that are throwing homosexual Hail Marys to a person with pronouns her, she, her, she, you know you're dropping some of the most legendary content ever distributed on YouTube. Only. YouTube only. Oh, I forgot to announce that. suffice that as the announcement. Suffice that as the announcement. When you're forcing a young male to act like a young female, you're going to get school dynamics in the same way that the dynamics are occurring at school. One, forcing a little human male to be medicated, because that medicine, it's meant to steal your testosterone, because that's what that medicine is. It's chemical castration. Maybe they don't call it chemical castration, but you're trying to mitigate. Look, you're trying to mitigate my testosterone. You're trying to mitigate my testosterone. Larry, I don't know what the crazy hormone is. It's called testosterone, but you might have to cut that down, okay? I should make you a moderator, because chapter 7 is sexual energy. Oh my God. Why am I talking about these chapters? Because if you can't make $19,000 with this IP, this intellectual property, you are retarded. Because I'm telling you, chapter by chapter, testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Sexual energy, chapter 7. Karma. You build karma where women throw vagina at you, and you go from the bang ladder to the friends ladder. What's the bang ladder? This is testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. There is such scarcity mindset for the low testosterone set of people. Low testosterone, scarcity mindset. This is the celibacy. This is male loneliness. This checks all the boxes, which is when you only have one ladder. What's a ladder? It's men trying to have sex. Just one ladder, which is I'll have sex with anything. Once men get 2 ladders, the testosterone improves. What's the second ladder? That's called my friend zone. I'm never going to fuck you. There's a friends ladder and there's a bang ladder, a fornication ladder. This is why these videos are amazing, is it's just tricking you into understanding genius Christian shit. It's just tricking you, but not lying to you in a bad way. It's reframing the fact that all of this hilarious content, it's basically just how to be a high testosterone Christian person with kind of a lot of testosterone, who's pulling down a lot of vagina, who's somehow able to make women have an orgasm by date number 8, 10, and 15 without actually having intercourse. Yeah. Which is why I'm okay with my parents watching these kind of videos, because 1, they're hilarious, and 2, I don't know why this content has prior never been published. Chapter 9, which is the 9 different ways to have high testosterone sex without putting your penis into her vagina. Chapter 9. Chapter 10, street smart ways to have connective first base, second base interactions. My God, testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Chapter 11, failings of, and I'm not AI. I'm just coming up with this because someone called me a pyramid scheme and somebody called me a Ponzi. So this is me, Larry Chang, Lawrence H. Chang, H.W. Chang, Lawrence Chang, Larry Chang, doing business as Larry Chang on YouTube, transferring this IP. Don't text me, hey, Larry, is it okay if I clip and sample your content? This is the legal agreement. Fuck yourself. Or you can text me. I'm not saying fuck you for your text. I'm just saying, fuck you, I'm going to make you rich, which is chapter 11 of my IP that I transfer freely from me to you. Topic: testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. The failings of testosterone when people try to steal your testosterone. Good job not deleting your message. Yeah, this dude's trying too hard. Parentheses, he has too much testosterone. LOL. You're talking about low testosterone? Look at you. Are you, parentheses, are you telling me I have too much testosterone or too little testosterone? Because when you're simultaneously telling me that I have too much and too little, it sounds like I'm in the G spot of testosterone. I took the time to make this funny. Epstein isn't the only one, just the tip. I controlled. You're juxtaposing my penis. You're juxtaposing penises. Does that happen to you a lot? Does that happen a lot? Thank you for throwing vagina. Thank you for throwing vagina, T2. Thank you. I'm not interested, but I appreciate your energy. Let's take your vagina throwing energy and redirect it into that topic called testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. See, let's take that vagina estrogen energy that you threw at me. I'm going to say thank you. Thank you for thinking that I'm a pussy magnet worthy of you throwing vagina. Thank you for throwing a sexual opportunity my way that I will diffuse into epinephrine. Thank you for helping me manage your pineal gland. Thank you. Thank you for offering something that I will keep hidden. This message is held for review. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take that vagina that you threw at me and I'm going to say thank you. I have gratitude for the abundance of vagina. I have gratitude for the abundance of vagina. Thank you. But what I will do is challenge you to locate your epinephrine. And if you've never actually used epinephrine before, it's because you've never used your brain before, because most women are vagina first, vagina only. What am I bringing to the table? Pretty much just vagina. I'm not bringing anything else. So, epinephrine is where you're going to be required to bring brain power. It's going to help you show up on time. It's going to help you drive towards self improvement. It's going to help you commiserate with this topic, which is testosterone. I know who stole the testosterone because your estrogen in your eggs, they were stolen from you. Who stole your eggs? I know, I know what you did last summer. Vibe, which is I know who stole your eggs. It's a person who's eggless. Is this chapter 5? Yeah. Which is the person who stole your eggs has no eggs. The person who stole your eggs, your human eggs, they don't have any eggs. Sheryl Sandberg, she's trying to steal your eggs because I read the book Lean In. I read the book Lean In. I read it. Before more Jesus spam comes, tell me something that you've heard that is Christian that I've already said. Are you happy? Are you happy? Tell me if you're happy. Wasn't that mask behind you one of the masks on Epstein Island? No, it's the opposite of that mask. Nice try, though. I'm going to make you a moderator. I want to make you a moderator. Nice try, though. Is this your first? Is this your first? Is this your first video? It is your first video. So the mask is the opposite of the island. It's the opposite, which is having to wear a mask to expose. At least there's been one arrest, whereas the pedo counter arrest was sitting at 0. Cheers to breaking the pedophile arrest counter. I can't even say that word. The Overton window has shifted on us being able to talk about testosterone. VP has chimed in to say hi. VP, I haven't seen you in forever. VP, are you still here? Comment if you're still here. VP, this message is held for review. So, ladies, if you've never used your brain before, and I'm being serious. So, VC is voluntary celibate, VF is vagina first. So, the reason Stanford VC and Eileen Gu matter is I want to be voluntarily celibate at Stanford Universe, which is if you went to Stanford, the fun zone is closed. That's 2 ladders. So when men only have 1 ladder, that's a problem. It's going to mitigate your testosterone. Ladders. When women have 2 ladders, those ladders never cross. So once you're in the friend zone, you're stuck in the friend zone. Men don't have a friend zone ladder. This is chapter 12, which is once you get your this is how my brain works is I tell you I'm going to give you IP, intellectual property, and then I organize the IP that I give you. Chapter 12 is the street smart technique of ladder management, creating a second ladder. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. When men only have 1 ladder, which is willing to sleep with even your friends, once you create a second ladder, you now get more testosterone. Because hungry beta male trying to drag down an alpha male during arguably a legendary video, name a video that's ever been better than this video. Name a video that's actually ever been better than this video. Name a video. Because when you can't conjure up why this video is valuable, this is why. Because 2 ladders is genius. Because most men only can conjure up 1 ladder, and that ladder doesn't even ladder up. It's basically you said involuntary celibate or celibate. It's a ladder with no rungs. So, can you at least get women to be friends with you? If you can't sell a woman on friendship, not financial friendship, which is what men do, is they'll just say, "Oh, let me just beta male that ladder up." That's why it's chapter 12. That's why chapter 11. That's why chapter 13, which is taking things that betas say, beta females, beta males, and making that lemon into a shit sandwich that you make other people eat. Larry, can you give me an example of a shit sandwich that you make the person who peed on your parade eat the shit sandwich? Yeah, actually, I can. It's called Three Light Traveler. I don't know what the crazy hormone is, but you have to cut down on that, okay? You're trying to pee on my parade as a woman. You're trying to pee on my parade. Women don't pee very well on parades. Women pee sitting down. So the way that you try to pee on my parade is you try to pee, catch it between your legs, and then try to throw it because you have penis envy. Let me repeat the shit sandwich that you're eating right now, which is I don't know what the crazy hormone is. That would be testosterone. But you have to cut down on that, okay? Thank you for being chapter 13. Thank you. I don't even need to credit you. In fact, I will credit you. I don't have to credit you, though. Have you guys ever taken notes during a YouTube? I don't know what the crazy hormone is, but which is testosterone, but you have to cut down on that, okay? What chapter was that? I said the chapter number, I forgot it. 13. First person to comment chapter 13 gets to send me a gift card for $30. Do you guys want to see the Cal State Fullerton notes? Cal State Fullerton game notes, Stanford University. Cal State Fullerton played Stanford baseball, 2 games won, 2 games lost. Do I wish that Stanford would have won 4 games out of 4? Yeah. But guess what? Winning's hard. And all the games, 3 of the games were decided by 1 run. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. You see, when you lose by 1 run, this is chapter 14. I'm sorry I'm a genius. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I don't know what the crazy hormone is. But you're going to have to cut down on that, okay? That's going up on my wall. Do you guys have a treasure map wall? What they don't teach you at Harvard Business School, Search Fund, they used to teach you at Harvard Business School when I spoke at Harvard Business School. You're welcome. Chapter 14. What they don't teach you at Harvard Business School, what they don't teach you at Harvard about testosterone. You're fucking welcome. That's 14 chapters. That's your bestseller. Handsome Cowboy. What's up? Are you a woman pretending to be an Indian dude? That is some next level stuff. Yeah. Keep throwing that vagina. Thank you. Testosterone is overrated. Ego is so 1950s male. At least have some respect. That would be chapter 13. Do you see how this book just writes itself? John Wang, thank you for bringing up John Wang. So this isn't me addressing trolls. This is me taking your lost testosterone and turning it into money so that way you could have more testosterone. You said John Wayne. You said John Wayne. He's the CEO of this billion-dollar company. When I met him, he was not a billionaire. When I met him, windsurf, windsurf, Larry the Starfish, windsurf. Who wrote the VC case study? Who wrote the venture capital case study? Who wrote the VC capital case study? Who wrote it? I know who stole your testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. I do know. It's the venture capital. The venture capital case study called Windsurf. Gopinder, or the person play acting as Gopinder, will appreciate this, which is I like the Marvel movie allegory. What's the Ryan movie that was from the Marvel movie? The dude from West Vancouver, Ryan Reynolds. He's in a movie with Gopinder. What's that movie called? Anyway, it was funny. Don't remember it. Movies suck right now. I don't know what the crazy hormone is, but you have to cut down on that, okay? What's crazy about that hormone is it caused John Wang to be a billionaire. John Wang, the Chinese dude that you're making fun of. Put some respect on John Wang Windsurf. Because after he sold the company for $1 billion, he became CEO of a company that he then sold for $1 billion. Never before has one company been sold for $1 billion twice. Never. Which is timing out Jeffrey Epstein because you are a cunt. Testosterone, I know who stole your testosterone. Speaking of the cunt, that's a way to steal testosterone, where you try to make a little kid gay. So fuck yourself, and when you die, you know you're going to hell. When you die, you know you're going to hell. Cheers to you eventually dying. Cheers. And I hope that your time left on Earth is just as bad. The Overton window has shitted. Stuff I'm allowed to talk about. You can't talk about science. You can't talk about testosterone. I don't know what the crazy hormone is, period. But you have to cut down on that, okay? Listen, postmenopausal, I know that you don't have any eggs or any sperm, but instead of being out of the game, you can just be in the game called be a good human. I'm not saying be a great human because I think that's going to be outside of the realm of possibilities for you. Oh, look, look, look. Homosexual Hail Marys have started to wake up. Oh, I get it. It's like 10 o'clock in Miami. Or, sorry, 7 o'clock in California. Homosexual Hail Marys. Ooh, testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Have you guys ever asked gay people why they're gay? Because it wasn't that majority time born that way. It's somebody bull queered them into losing their testosterone. I know why you lost your zest for women. I know why. Because testosterone. I also know why you lost your testosterone. Did porn steal your penis energy? Be honest, because that's bullet point number 10. You don't even watch gay porn because you're broken. Gay porn's obviously bad, but porn stole your penis energy even for heterosexuals. That was amazing. The reason that was amazing is you can go ahead and lip read that stuff because I just dropped some genius stuff that is outside of the Overton window. Outside of the Overton window. Enjoy being a moderator. That's what happens when you add value. That's what happens. I dropped some genius stuff. It was crazy genius. That'll be perfect for the future when the Overton window shifts again. Epstein. I know why he stole testosterone. It's because he's he's upset at my mentor, who's a carpenter. When Jeffrey Epstein was asked, "Hey, what do you think of Jesus Christ?" He said, "Oh, the carpenter." And his face was in pain. And he goes, "Yeah, we made some mistakes there." You think? Just digging that hole to hell deeper. Digging that hole deeper Jewish people, it's me, Larry Chang, King of the Jews. Just go ahead and just follow Jesus as King of the Jews. I can tell you that because I am Jewish. I'm telling you to follow Jesus. Speaking of jacked in, like it should be. Speaking of Epstein's Island, gender dysmorphia, gender fluidity, pretending to be a woman, pretending to be a guy, pretending to be a woman, pretending to be a guy. What happens during this stage of testosterone? I know who stole your testosterone. Because what happens when the money is fake, the 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 people become fake in a cliche way. And it's not where Alyssa Liu, she removed her LGBTQ TT support. She just removed it. So let me get this straight. You're going to be a Bay Area female and you're going to remove, you're going to remove LGBTQ TT support. Alyssa Liu, Eileen Gu. Gold medal, gold medal. So after you win the gold medal, you remove your gay support. Why are we talking about this, Larry? We're talking about this because the rats are beginning to leave the ship. Am I calling Alyssa Liu a rat? No. I'm talking about Ghislaine Maxwell and her cohort in crime, literal cohort. The window on what we're allowed to talk about has shifted because this is what gives me the confidence to openly state my PhD thesis, which is testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. When the testosterone gets stolen, it's putting you into a type of slavery where they cut your balls off and they make you into a slave. Who even can come up with that as a goal? Who even can come up with that as a goal? That would be historically people who have done that type of work. That would be called a trader, a slave trader. You would think that all of my 600,000 plus Caucasian brothers who died in a war to free black people would have ended slavery. You would think that. You would think it. You would think it. But slavery, it's peaking now. What am I talking about? Because, Larry, I thought you were talking about testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Being a slave makes you have less testosterone. Larry, Make it make sense for me. Make it make sense for me. I'm going to make it make sense while I also make you laugh, because this information is painful for me to talk about, because I saw this. I don't know why other people didn't already see this. This is what I'm talking about, which is you're in a prison right now with no bars. It's a financial prison. That's bullet point number 1. So in this financial prison, I used to get laughed at when pandas wouldn't fuck. Because I guess I look Asian and I know everything. So then people are like, hey, Larry, we had to spend $2 million to get a panda here. Can you get this panda to have sex? What? What are you asking me for? Well, you're just the smartest person in Silicon Valley, so we were just wondering. You're not even in Silicon Valley. You're in San Diego. Well, Larry, if we can just get this panda to have sex with another panda, our zoo revenue would double. This is before the SeaWorld debacle. So I'm like, okay. What question do you have right now? Which is, Larry, why won't this panda have sex? Because if the panda has sex, our revenue doubles. We'll pay you whatever you want. We need this panda to have sex so that way our revenue doubles. I'm being serious right now, but this is you too. Bullet point number 3. You're the panda in prison right now. That's why people aren't horny. Is that the reason pandas aren't horny in prison is a panda understands, unlike a monkey will just have sex. A monkey will just masturbate. Whereas a panda, it knows if it has sex, it's going to give birth to another panda, and that panda's going to be a slave in prison. You're a slave right now because the money that you're working so hard for, dollars per hour, it's causing you to take on a third job just to deal with the hyperinflation of food costs. Emmy, have I been ignoring you? Sorry. How are you? You can prepare by fixing your brain because your brain is broken. We're still talking about pandas in prison because somebody stole your testosterone. Hey, Larry, I just saw the Tucker Carlson Huckabee interview, and I'm not fully convinced that World War III will happen in my lifetime. How can I prepare? You can prepare by fixing your brain because your brain is broken. Your brain's broken. So, panda in prison, you as a slave. Testosterone. Someone stole your testosterone because the prior two things are partially true, if not super majority true, which is when we are forced to work really hard while other people just print money, there's going to be richer people getting richer and poor people getting poorer. This is why the rich people are horny deviants. Have you heard that pedos that are in control of the money supply? That makes people not horny. Where, have you seen black pill men's content? Black like the night sky, pill like red pill. So black pill comment, that's socialism at the bottom, socialism at the top, which is testosterone.
losing. People lose testosterone when money gets printed. People lose testosterone when rich people get richer for standing next to the money printer. It's called the Cantillon effect for money. Let's solve these things after I'm done bullet pointing these things, which is the slavery of a prison with no bars, but you're a slave to money, and that money is getting harder and harder to make. This is an economy, it's called the K shaped economy, because we've been in a Great Depression since 2018, maybe as early as 2017. It just got redistributed, it being the Depression. What I'm talking about is the Depression in America got distributed to three countries: Canada, Australia, and the UK. Thank you. And let's solve that, which is I'm an indentured servant at best. So, Canada, UK, England. So, what happens there is people owe money in US dollars. And this is the crazy part, is that we're going to need to increase personal credit lines so that way we can strategically default as we save our money in Web 5. I'm adding inches to your IQ. Larry Chang, I'm adding inches to your IQ 5 different ways. 5 ways I'm adding inches to your IQ. Inch number 9, bullet point number 1, adding inches to your IQ. Meet Larry the Starfish. He's adding 5 inches to your IQ. So if your IQ is 107, now your IQ is 120. Larry, that's adding 17 inches. I'm going to mod you while also timing you out, because on the other side of the timeout, tell me something that you've been listening to, or are you just dropping random things? Cassie has chimed in. I love Palm Pals. Adding inches to your IQ via a Palm Pal. I got this at my friend Jeff's website. Jeff, he's got a website. He sells Palm Pals. Adding inches to your IQ, which is strategic default of fiat currency. That's bullet point number 2. Deeply understanding credit knowledge. Larry, are you telling me to strategically default on fiat currency? Yeah. This is why this moment in time is the greatest wealth transfer ever to occur. Because the suck, the gravitational hole, it's going to be distracted from the government telling you, hey, slaves, hey, indentured servants, there's an alien craft headed towards Earth, and it'll get here 2027. Or, because I think they're going to lie to you. They're not lying to me by saying, oh, aliens are coming in 2027. If I think that aliens are going to be lied to about coming in 2027, that means it'll probably happen in like 2031. Why is the government telling you that aliens are coming? Because they're trying to kill 40% of the people every time. So this is not a conspiracy theorem. Notice the difference between a word that ends with an M and a word that ends with a Y. Because theories become theorems when the theory becomes true. with an avalanche of evidence. Have you seen the e-files? Have you seen the e-files? Have you seen Kash Patel at a USA Gold hockey party? These things are not just bread and circus. These things are meant to distract you from the greatest wealth transfer that is ever going to ever occur. I'm going to help you find some testosterone. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. That would be a person named Kash Patel telling you, hey, when I get into office, I won't steal your testosterone. I will not. But then gets into office and starts stealing money, resources, and your testosterone. Larry, did he really steal testosterone? Yeah, because when people see that he, as FBI director, refused to enforce USA laws, because if you're allowed to just traffic people that are under 40 years old or traffic anybody, how did slavery and fornication slavery become legal? And that makes vaginas less wet. You thought I was going to say something else. So, why does it make vaginas less wet? It makes vaginas less wet because of 6 reasons. 1, if there's an age delta of, let's say, 5 years, people are saying, oh my gosh, you're a pedo. What? You're saying that the 27-year-old female dating a 34-year-old male, that's a pedo relationship? And then when a guy gets called a pedo for dating a woman who is geriatric pregnancy inbound, that demoralizes both the geriatric pregnancy and the baby juice inseminator. That was some amazing comedy right there. Because women who are 29 to 33, you're facing a geriatric pregnancy, and you can look it up in JAMA, Journal of American Medicine Association, JAMA. So when you're telling this is stealing eggs, which is never going to be content. Maybe it will be content. Maybe that's chapter 15. We're not doing a chapter 15. Oh, what Larry Chang won't teach you at stealing testosterone, is chapter 15, which is stealing eggs. When you tell a woman who's going to experience a geriatric pregnancy that she's in a pedo relationship because she's getting impregnated by a 40, 50-year-old or 35-year-old, you're understanding the pretzel that is the brain of feminism, where that's how the e-files are stealing your testosterone and stealing your eggs at the same time. When the citizens get demoralized, so demoralized that citizens don't even want to start a revolution because there's not enough testosterone. Do you see the circular nature of the genius of stealing testosterone? Is testosterone. Every revolution requires that the young males have testosterone. But do you see how, to me, it's hilarious because I saw this forever ago, which is there's not enough testosterone to start a revolution. Oh, America's almost going to be in a civil war. I wish, and not going to happen. Why? Because there's not enough energy, and there's nowhere close to the amount of energy required. And I'm not saying I'm encouraging a warrior revolution. I'm saying that civil war and revolution, that shit already happened. But people they haven't seen. They're like, we're waiting for a civil war. What are we in the fucking 1770s? No, it's the 2020s. Look at every revolution that happened in the 20s, which is 2020s, 1920s. Yawn, yawn. World War One. No reason except to wage a banker war. 1820s, 1720s, 1620s. Larry, you're about to say something genius. Can I pay you to be my boss? No, this is $0. In fact, this video is actually negative $50,000 because you should be making $50,000. Where? Here. It's understanding that the Civil War, it already took place, but it was an invisible civil war on software. October 31, 2008. When 2008 happened, it was banks too big to fail. Now I've got an attorney general that I'm nagging. Who nags an attorney general? That would be Larry Chang, external API of nag. What's nag? It's not me being negative. What are you talking about? This is hilarious. NAG, National Associations Attorneys General. Who's speaking at NAG? That would be Larry Chang self-installing at NAG. Why? Because I'm a person of color and I go to athletic events. And rich people who are 3 Comma Club of color, the first thing we do when we rent a car or participate in a party is we look up and memorize the Attorney General's cell phone number in case we get arrested for driving 42 miles an hour in a speed limit 45, 35, or 25 zone. That's my first phone call if I'm improperly arrested. This is what makes me the black athlete whisperer. Because my first phone call isn't to my sports agent. Are you kidding me? What, am I a first time pro player who's retarded? I'm going to call my agent, Don Yee. I'm going to call my agent, Mark McCormack. I'm going to call my agent. Nobody wants to talk to a sports agent. But what if my one phone call when you arrest me improperly for, I don't know what the crazy hormone is, but you have to cut down on that, okay? So if you try to arrest me for that, my first phone call isn't to the district attorney. Yawn. It's not to an ADA. What's an ADA? Is that an Americans with Disability Act? No, you fucking retard. It's the assistant district attorney. That's who's the boss of the chief of police. So I'm not going to call the DA or the ADA because that would actually be funny. But remember, or maybe you don't remember because you don't even know who you're talking to right now. You're talking to Larry Chang. I'm going to call your boss's boss's boss and say, that was my one phone call. I called the attorney general. So here's an example. I have to go to Nebraska, Omaha, and look at me. I'm 6'5", I'm wearing a cowboy hat, and I'm cheering against your Louisiana State team, or your Cal State Fullerton team, or your Oregon State baseball program. I'm promoting Stanford University. Ooh, I'm getting goosebumps right now. I'm Larry Chang. I don't like how that Larry Chang says what's going to happen at a baseball game and he makes it happen. I want him arrested. I want him canceled. Cool. So I get arrested for eating blueberries in an unsanctioned World Series cup where did you bring blueberries Did you bring blueberries? Did you bring blueberries? You should be arrested. Cool. You got me for driving 42 miles an hour in a school zone of 35 miles an hour. Plus, school doesn't happen at night, in my state anyway. Calling the attorney general, when you call the boss's boss's boss, it makes your level of game next level game. Next level game. What is more next level game than testosterone? I know who stole your testosterone. Because when porn stole your penis energy, you're going to try to get more and more deviant porn. That's not good. And am I saying you should raw dog? Yeah. One, you really shouldn't be masturbating, ladies. Two, if you are masturbating, don't masturbate to women's porn, which is Web 2. Don't use porn. Porn steals your vagina energy. Porn steals your penis energy. Who's here that's not a robot? There you go. Welcome. What do you see behind me? What do you see behind me, John? What do you see down with the system 8026? What do you see behind me? I'm not quite sure that I'm dealing with humans right now. It'd be great if you were human. Topic: testosterone. So, so Larry, address my newfound National Socialism. So what socialism is retards trying to find money and squeeze money when there's no money to be squeezing, which is socialism. It's just communism with patience. Can you not see? Can you not see? That's okay that you can't see. And that you're negative. But that's okay. Oh, the unicorn light. I don't even know what Tennessee chin. Is that Tennessee, like the state? Cool. Do you live in Nashville or or Memphis? No, your dumb National Socialist is very different from socialist. Okay, on pins and needles, waiting for your National Socialism. Is this where you talk about something even more retarded? Okay. This is the crazy thing that once you get it, you'll never not get it. Which is Nazi and Ashkenazi. It's basically the same thing. And it's not necessarily a civil war, but have you heard that black people are the worst enemy of black people? Have you heard that the most anti Semitic person ever is a Jewish person? Have you heard that Chinese people are the most anti Asian people ever? Have you heard that IQ 85 people used to come from places where they have IQs of 85? So what is broken is you're hoping for the partial truth to take place, because 1922, it doesn't solve anything that you're hoping that it solves. And I do like the fact that you're pussyfooting around what you're trying to say. Oh, that's because you don't get who your mentor, what his ethnic background is. And somebody didn't even watch that Quentin Tarantino movie. So what we're arriving at is the country that that person is from. They negotiated an armistice that was of negative financial consequence. Armistice is a ceasefire. Negative consequence is having to pay war reparations. Have you heard people in your country ask for war reparations? This is what makes this video amazing, is that I'm tying back this side quest into testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone because I gave you testosterone. It's called a mule and 0.0004 acres. But Larry, we gave him 40 acres. You got 40 acres and a mule. You got 40 acres and a mule. This is how we're going to take that mule, which is by far the most underrated farm animal ever. Do you know that a mule is worth like 5 sheepdogs? Even those Great Pyrenees, even Australian Shepherds, which are the top of the dog food chain or top of the dog quality, which is an Australian Shepherd. Like those things on a farm are amazing. But guess what? A donkey mule, much more valuable. So I'm giving you a mule and 0.0004 acres via software because this is going to help unslave you 40 acres and a mule, which is it's even going to help my person who's Chinese Vancouver adjacent and retarded, which is helping your brain. So what you're getting is this. You're getting this morsel, which is the armistice, the peace agreement. It levied a price that was too high for Weimar Germany to pay for. And now people are like, oh, let's institute solutions that never solved shit. Plot spoiler, that retard lost. He lost. He lost in the Olympics. He lost in Russia. He lost in Normandy, France. He lost in Berlin. Lose. And now I've got to dig up some corporal strategies. This is you trying to steal my testosterone. My testosterone will not be stolen. So what you're trying to do with your brain is you're trying to beg, borrow, steal testosterone because that's your mental model. I'm not saying that's your business model because it's also your business model. Because what I'm going to ask you about your business model, which is what work do you do in dollars per hour? Because the work that I'm doing via 169 minutes of content on testosterone, I know who stole your testosterone, is the way that you steal testosterone is the same way that you beg, borrow, steal money, is the same way that you buckshot aim at the innuendo of 1922 with the innuendo of innuendo, where you don't have a clear theory, you don't have a clear thesis, and what's worse is you're standing experiencing greatness while never writing anything down with the TV on. I can hear your TV playing. It's making you say retarded stuff, 2 screens. So when you're using 2 screens, this being one of them, you're not understanding that I'm currently on 9 screens, which is testosterone. When you're doing too much screen time, it's stealing your testosterone because you're cutting inches off your IQ, removing points off of your penis, and pulling residual testosterone from your penis away from your brain, because your brain and your penis have never had a conversation. And this is not homosexual at all, but you're literally listening to a dude helping you manage your estrogen, your vagina. You're now meeting the vagina whisperer for the first time, because I thought you were a man. You have a vagina, and you're trying to pretend like you had a penis with your vagina. This is the vagina whisperer, which is lose 60 pounds. You weigh 200 plus pounds. This is financial advice. Is your overweight body parts connected to your vagina is causing too much testosterone to be produced. So you've entered a video called Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone, where you're like, oh, I have a ton of testosterone. But you're a woman, and when women get too much testosterone, that's due to inflammation. That's due to not enough estrogen getting produced, and now you're producing chemical that will lead to endometriosis. You're producing chemical testosterone and inflammation, leading to polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS, because of this. Look in the mirror. You're starting to get facial hair like a mustache. This is where mustache comes from, is when you're overweight and you're producing testosterone, that testosterone is growing you a mustache. It's impossible to stop watching. I can tell Larry Chang's a real American. Mine either, Larry. Facial hair makes you go bald. Facial hair does not make you go bald. Facial hair is meant to distract you from being bald. Being bald is just a defect. It's just a defect. It's not all the lies that are told around, oh, if you're bald, you have more testosterone. No, you're just angry as fuck because you not having hair is causing you to lose testosterone. And then now you're taking, oh my God, we're right on script right now. So when you're bald and angry, what happens is you start to cheat hair, cheat chemical, cheat whatever you got to do. You don't want to be a bald dude. Or you just shave your head and you redirect your testosterone energy. That's what I recommend. But once you take testosterone supplements, you're mortgaging future testosterone for testosterone. Let me repeat that because it's hilarious, genius, and part of chapter 2. Is this being turned into a book that I'm going to write? No. It's turned into $50,000 that you should make. Enjoy going on podcasts, making money. Where each podcast you do, you'll probably be able to sell 500 books. What's your podcast topic going to be on? Testosterone. I know who stole testosterone. Testosterone supplements, we're talking about bald people. When you use some chemical enhancement, such as plastic surgery and Botox, what you're doing is you're mortgaging the future. You're mortgaging future testosterone. I don't know why this video has never been talked about, because this stuff to me is plain as day, which is a testosterone supplement. It's causing you to pull testosterone from the future you, so that way today you can have a little bit more testosterone. The reason that's my point number 11, chapter number 2, is that's what's wrong about the United States of America is we got caught doing some poverty shit because it's only been black and white people as president of the United States. What do black people do and what do white people do? Love to borrow money. Who's lending them that money? That would be a certain ethnicity, which the Overton window has not shitted over there yet. Which is once you borrow money, you're at the mercy of a certain group of people who are really into usury, interest payments. It's causing you to lose your testosterone. Why am I sparkling right now? This is the most genius video in the history of videos in Genius. Because these are jokes, folks. You're supposed to laugh. But guess what? 2 people just left that were angry. And I know who left and I know who came back. Because if you're leaving because you borrowed money from a money lender, know that that's why testosterone gets reduced when you're financially in hardship. That's why testosterone supplements. It's just a mortgage that you're mortgaging. Maybe you don't have a mortgage. This is why your testosterone level's low. The way a mortgage works is you borrow an untold sum of money and then you get lied to. Hey, this mortgage is going to increase the value of your house. This is why testosterone is at all-time low levels, because that mortgage you took out for $900,000 for a 750 square foot unit in Los Angeles, no driveway, no garage, it's going to end in tears because you mortgaged your testosterone, you mortgaged your house, you mortgaged your early 20s. Mortgage, mortgage, mortgage. If I were to sum up Caucasian people where black people are saying, I want a mortgage. Why won't somebody give me a mortgage? Hello, black people. It's me, Larry Chang. If I'm good enough to be co-founder with alpha black person Barack Obama, maybe I can be your entrepreneurship mentor as well. Larry, what did you start with Barack Obama? That would be South by South. Larry, is it South by South lawn? Yeah, but it's really South by South Larry. What is South by South Larry? What is South by South lawn? Are you serious right now? Oh, I'm as serious as 1600 Pennsylvania because Barack Obama, 312 XXX XXXX, hosted a entrepreneurship conference at 1600 Pennsylvania. The conference that he hosted was SXSL because he would come to South by Southwest and I'd say, hey, do you want to meet me for a party? And I'm going to trick you into starting $1 billion company. Why? Because I can't help it. I'm the unicorn whisperer. Feminism. I'm the person who decided to slap a hot blonde with big boobs on it and make it $1 billion. Why? Because any retard can be CEO. Any retard can be CEO. Starting a company is near impossible. Running a company, it's actually pretty easy. That's why they have a 2-year vacation for running a company. It's called GSB. Goyam School of Business? No. GSB Stanford? No. I'm talking about the original GSB University of Chicago. When running a business is so easy that a 2-year vacation suffices all the knowledge, know that don't blame me for starting feminism. I just didn't think you'd take it to the point that you did. Is this sixth wave feminism? Which wave are we in right now? We're in the wave of vagina whisperer. Let's install Larry Chang as the head feminist. Because look at my pronouns. I understand vagina, G spots, vagina, and pussy and vagina. I understand vagina better than women understand vagina. And know that I'm putting myself out there to claim a pretty bold claim. But I have the body of work, if you know what I'm talking about. But maybe you don't know what I'm talking about. That would be Girls in Tech, Adriana Gascoigne. That would be Women 2.0, Annie Chang, Larry Chang. So I wrote a PhD thesis on gender reversal entrepreneurship exercises because testosterone, I know who stole your testosterone. When you understand that I already understood it, maybe you can go from your jaw on your cubicle, and maybe you should stop cheating your employer by watching this at 7:44 a.m. in California. Maybe you should actually get to work before 9 o'clock in Silicon Valley and not treat this as your 99 days of sunrise videos with Larry Chang. You're in bed right now, you dirty, dirty, hot hoppa girl, Wasian. Get out of bed, remove your fingers from your very nice and wet vagina, and let's get your day going, okay? Let's get your day going. I'm going to turn off my face so that way you can't flick your bean to my face. Let's get your day going. Leave bed, get into that bathroom, wash your hands or don't wash your hands, and put on your contacts and run your fingers through your hair so that way you can smell like sex at work. Because testosterone, I know who stole your testosterone. Because you're not going to mortgage your future workday. You're not going to mortgage. So by you not mortgaging your day, what you're doing is come back better after your 10-second timeout. We need this man on the radio. Would you like to moderate? Do you like how women got super angry when they had to leave bed? Do you like how my two-way camera works? Two-way cameras for the win. So I'm going to sum up and finish 8 danglers, 8 unfinished thoughts I'm going to help you finish. And if you're still in bed, okay, I will help you finish. Let's go. Which is, I don't know what the crazy hormone is, period. But you have to cut down on it, okay? Chapter 13. So we want to use testosterone in the same way that Larry Chang, Vagina Whisperer, uses a hashtag. So a hashtag is not an exclamation point. That's how you guys use it. The way that I'm using a hashtag is by conjoining this video. I understand that the viewership on this video is low. I understand that. But what you don't quite have organized, or you don't have the pattern recognition yet for this, is the fact that this video connects to other content, which is orchestrated into monetary suppressed energy. Because you could say, oh, Hitler's strategies would save us. Last time I checked, okay, Hitler lost the Olympics, he lost Normandy, he lost everywhere. And even when he was losing, he told his most loyal people, you can go ahead and kill yourself. What? What? That's the opposite of what we're trying to do here, which is, what if you could do what Napoleon Hitler wanted to do without having to kill one person? That would make you realize that Larry Chang is greater than Napoleon, greater than any world conqueror. Why? Because what if you could conquer the world using software? What if you could write a manifest, not one of those loser serial killer ones or the Unabomber where you're bombing people at the post office? Fucking retard. Fields of War medal. Am I begging for a Fields medal from MIT for my top 50 work in being a physicist? No. I'm trying to get you to make money with no money, which is testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. The same people who stole testosterone are the same people who steal. And I'm not going to say, oh, we should get rid of all the people that steal money or make the rules for money or try to catch you on video doing some pretty horrible things. What I'm saying is none of that matters anymore because of a 9-page PDF that was written October 31, 2008. 2008, Larry, that was so long ago. I was only 4 years old. Nobody cares about how old you are. Stop making this about yourself, ladies. What we're talking about is software ate the world. You just casually write it off as, oh, anybody can write software. Vibe code. This is what's called K-shaped videos. A K-shaped video is where some people think I'm a retard. You're right. Some people think I'm the number one smartest person on the planet. You're right. So, best of videos, worst of videos. K-shaped. The reason that testosterone, I know who stole your testosterone, is everything that I've joked about, it's actually true. It's true, Larry Chang, Barack Obama, South by South lawn. You see, when I joked about South by South Larry, and then I joked about South by South lawn, because there's a grassy knoll area. Stop blaming people for getting killed by the grassy knoll. We all know already who did it. Let's move on. Too soon? South by South lawn. That took place at the White House. Black people helping black people be black entrepreneurs. That's what this video is about. Is testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. But it's not going to get your testosterone back. This is the way to replenish the testosterone that was stolen, which is you grabbing a pen. And ladies, I'm really encouraging you to leave bed because 3 orgasms over one YouTube live, that's borderline gluttonous. That's just too much. It should just be like a dude, one and done. But you going for orgasm number 6 inside of 190 minutes, that's aggressive. That's aggressive. That's aggressive. But I'm glad that you are flicking your bean to a video called Testosterone. I know who stole men testosterone. Because the way that we're going to replenish it is by hammering mortgage. What was I peeking over? I was peeking over my giant erection because this content's literally turning me on right now because mortgages. Stop trying to mortgage everything. 2008. Banks, too big to fail, failed. 2026. Pedos in government, too big to fail. What? I don't know the crazy hormone is, but you have to cut down on it, okay? When you're trying to cut down on my testosterone during a video about testosterone, now you're understanding that standing next to a person with a perfectly healthy amount of perfect testosterone causes me to ask my first financial pitch that I've ever pitched financially on social media. Here's my pitch. You can financially benefit. Wasians. Everybody wants a Wasian kit. This is me pitching you on 275K for a dose of baby juice. You can have a Chinese baby that's going to win gold. Where's this baby coming from? It's coming from between my legs. I'm selling jizz. It's guaranteed to win a medal and go to Stanford University, self-funded, playing 2 pro sports. Larry Chang, are you telling me that you guarantee that sperm I buy from you for $275,000 is going to win gold? Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Basically, it's 275K or 1/4 of a Bitcoin. Technically 0.275 of 1 Bitcoin. That money gets refunded to you if that offspring doesn't go to Stanford University and self-fund school, self-fund the Olympics, self-fund a gold medal. Why? Because everyone's trying to do genetic engineering. Everyone's trying to do IVF or gamify engineering. But it's really hard to engineer on top of shit. Just look at Pakistan and India. They're trying to re-shitification. Look at the nomenclature where why would you name a kid you beg, borrow, stole to get to America. And then now that you're in America, you're going to have a name that says, I'm going to return to India, Pakistan, or the other country that has everyone as a dual citizen. Not cheers to dual citizens. Cheers to people who have completely assimilated into the number 2 country in the world, United States of America. I get it. I get it. It's only white or black people that are allowed to be president. Mortgaging the future, kicking the can down the road, testosterone removing. Who removed more testosterone than any other president? That would be the black one. And I can say this because I'm co-founder with him of a franchise that we started at a music festival that was a joke, which is South by South Lawn at South by Southwest. Harvard Law School. What they don't teach you at Harvard Law School business school, they teach you at Stanford Engineering School, which is change one letter and get some testosterone. Change one letter? How does changing one letter get you more testosterone? This is how. It's called Hot or Not, but for Harvard. Have you heard of Hot or Not, but for Harvard? I think it's going to be a company that's huge, Meta. Hot or Not for Harvard is Stanford. Hot or Not for Harvard is Facebook, the Facebook. That's Hot or Not for Harvard. That's Mark Zuckerberg coming up with James Hong's website. Remember, I said change one letter, get more testosterone. So the letter that Mark Zuckerberg changed was Hot or Not. He added the Harvard part. And then after Hot or Not Harvard, he dropped the for the Facebook. This is how to get more testosterone, kids. Who's watching this and not liking this hilarious content? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No wonder you probably also think that the corporal from Austria was same sex. What? You must be, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh yeah, that's actually correct. Sorry, I'm behind. Hey, you could joke about a world chess champion, but when women and men have to play chess in two different categories, you're basically saying that Chinese men are the smartest, which is not true, actually. I'm retarded. The reason sometimes I'm roundabout is there's an Overton window and I'm not allowed to say certain things. But what I am allowed to say specifically is when presidents encourage you to stay in the dark, because a future president or the current one is getting ready to lie to us about aliens. They're coming. They're coming soon. So here's the thing that has caused even the global elite to stay confused, which is aliens are not here to save you. They're not here to destroy you. That's just going to be true until human time ends. In the same way that when Jesus died for us, people misrepresented and redirected that energy to be, haha, I'm going to try to sleep with choir boys. What? And there's a cycle of it. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Some little kid in a Boston parish, he gets fondled, and then now his brain's broken. He can't date women. He's messed up. And then everybody says, but he's a good kid. And then he gets an opportunity that maybe he didn't deserve, which is, hey, little molested kid, he's applying to be a priest. Can you try to look at his application? And his application sucks because he's fucked up. But he gets DEI'd into an inner sanctum. He starts to rise in power because of some whatever, and now he's got a ton of power. Guess what he does with that power? Guess what he does with that power? He kind of becomes Diddy with that power. And the cycle then repeats. This is why I had to sully myself to the Silicon Valley gay mafia, because gay people, you've got problems, I've got some solutions. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. So, what happens when somebody did something horrible to you is that women, they don't have necessarily good gaydar, but women sense something's broken about you. And when you're broken in a way that women don't like you to be broken, you stay broken. And if you're not good looking, you're screwed. This is why I understand everything about everything, is because two women tried to break me. But then when women try to break a man with a temporary situation of being a boy, it's different. So when women rape men, it's different from when men rape the opposite. But what happens is two women who are adults is basically one dude. Because I had no idea what was going on. But now I understand everything that was going on. Why? Because I already knew that I was cool. And when you know that you're cool, remember, this video is about testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. When you're 11 years old and you do a three-way with two hot girls, now you don't care because you don't care when people talk about sex. You don't care when people are like, oh, what's your first time going to be like? You literally DGAF. I don't care if girls think I'm a nerd because I know you want to fuck me. I know you want to fuck me. So when you have that as an attitude, you'll just learn at a mixed high school. What's a mixed high school? It's where your high school has boys and girls. So there's an argument within education that says same sex high schools help because women will, well, women used to pretend to be dumb, thwart knowledge growth in order to impress men to have a romantic interaction. That was the old way. The new way is different, but we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. So once you realize that male only high schools help men, why? Because now you don't do stupid things to impress women. That's me. I'm in a co ed environment, not trying to impress females. Why? Because I know you already want to fuck me. I don't care about trying to be cool. That's why I'll just sit in the front row and ask questions. Hey, 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 Mr. Nelson, I got confused with that. I got confused with that. Oh, Chang, you're such a brown nose. Yeah? Why don't you fuck yourself in your fucking face? Because I'm not trying to brown nose you, cunt. You loser black and white person talking so much shit. Okay? I'm actually just genuinely here for the geometry knowledge. I'm genuinely here for the geometry knowledge. Don't get me wrong. School, it bores the fuck out of me. But if I'm going to be locked in this prison, I'm going to go ahead and pretend I like it. I'm the panda in the zoo, fucking everything. That's who I am. Who are you? Who are you? Larry, are you saying if you went to penitentiary, you would have sex? Yeah. And I'd come out heterosexual. That's how heterosexual I am. Is I could fuck 80 dudes in the face and it'd still be heterosexual because that's school. That's school. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. So when you're in school or prison, why don't you just benefit from being in school, which is the boring person, Mr. Lassiter. He's going to talk about European fucking history. Okay, let's get excited. Let's play a game within a game. It's called You're Trying to Make Me Fall Asleep and Want to Die, but I'm going to pretend like I'm going to get a PhD in European history. Ditto Mr. Braun. Ditto Mrs. Barbier. Ditto, ditto, ditto. Where if I'm going to be stuck in your hellhole for 60 minutes, I might as well learn Mr. Blaha. American history. Like, if I'm going to be trapped here, I'm going to park my gigantic ass in the front row. I'm going to turn off all my devices and I'm going to say, what do you got for me? What do you got for me? And then when I make myself passionate about the stupidest thing I've ever heard of, which is health class, okay? You want to do a personality bag where I get a brown bag and I cut pictures out of magazines and I put it in my bag and then I fill my bag? Like, what kind of hellhole is this? Health class, gym class, square dancing. You're seriously going to make me square dance? Aren't I a country hick enough where I got to learn square dancing from some Yankee? What? No. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, how do I get to be the best student in some shit that I literally don't give a fuck about, which is square dancing? If I don't, and the teacher had me call her by her first name. Like, I'm literally not even 14. I'm 13 years old. I'm having to call the teacher by her first name? What is this? And aren't you a Yankee? Like, you're trying to teach me about country shit? This is testosterone. This is I know who stole your testosterone, which is I'm trying to help you with testosterone. Clip it. Clip it. Clip it. Clip it. You're going to teach me about some southern shit, square dancing? If I don't try to become the best square dancing student, I don't go to prom my freshman year. You said clip that. I don't know how to do it. You know what? You know what? You're a retard. You're a retard. Come back with your next username, retard. Square dancing. You said clip it. I'm giving you permission to clip it. Square dancing. By trying to become the best student, square dancing. Square dancing. Square dancing. Look at me. I was born knowing how to square dance. And you're going to have some Yankee, some northern pasty white girl with no southern accent teach me square dancing? Remember, we're talking about testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone.
this is how to reclaim your stolen testosterone is you listen and you ask, how do I get more testosterone out of this? So I was like, okay, I'm going to be the best square dancing student, even though you might be a horrible teacher. It turns out she taught me some things about square dancing that only a person who was a non-practitioner, school smart, book smart. She wasn't street smart about square dancing, she was book smart about it. So when you're book smart about something, you get some detail that somebody didn't already know. If I was not the best square dancing student, I would not have gone to prom my freshman year. By going to prom freshman year, what I did was I found testosterone that I didn't know that I had by redirecting testosterone. So I'm not going to talk about the solar plexus. I'm not going to talk about the thoracic bone. I'm not going to talk about an apple core of testosterone which cycles from your thoracic chakra 6 to chakra 1. Because your brain and your 6th chakra, it is a tornado of testosterone. Now, ladies, your tornado of testosterone is because you're overweight. So your tornado of testosterone is because you eat too much food. Am I laughing at you? I'm laughing at you while I laugh at my own jokes. Because your tornado of testosterone, it's because you're overweight. And when women are overweight, they make too much testosterone. When men are overweight, they make too much estrogen. Chakra 6, chakra 1. Chapter 12, Joe Dispenza. So your pineal gland produces testosterone. You see, you're hoping for your balls to be located. Am I laughing at you because you have no balls? Yeah. Cause you could call me hating, but what you're not doing is you're not liking or appreciating. So I'm not hating on obese women. I love obese women. I mean, I don't love them enough to talk to them, text them, or talk to them. But I love all humans, even the satanic ones who I'm hoping will just say, I watched the Larry Chang video and I'm going to pray one of his prayers by watching an old video where he's praying, and I'm going to turn my life around. I'm not going to ever meet up with you because, quite honestly, I am a little bit phobic. I am satanic worshiper phobic. Is that bad? No, it's not, which is why testosterone. Satan, he's stealing your testosterone. This video is genius. This video is genius because, true story, the dark underlord, the prettiest angel, he is literally trying to steal your testes. He's trying to steal everything. He's trying to steal everything. Should we pray about testosterone? Should we pray real quick? Father Lord, hi, it's Larry Chang. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're entertained because this prayer, it's fucking hilarious. Come on. Come on. Father Lord, some people have never prayed before. And so this prayer as a first prayer, it's an amazing first prayer. Father Lord, thank you for being amidst us where when two or more, or on the video tape delay, are gathered in your name, we get to pray and near infinite number of times because this video lives on in the same way that you lived on even after your crucifixion. Thank you, Lord, for being obnoxious and funny, because you could have convinced the other thief who was getting crucified with you to go to heaven, to absolve, to see that your death is absolving other people of their theft and their crimes. Father, Lord, you only batting 500, were you convinced one thief and then not the other thief? Because remember, or I'm not telling you to remember, but for people praying with me, 3 people were getting crucified. 3 people were getting crucified in and around Passover. You and 2 thieves. When I say batting 500, you know that you batted 500, but other people don't know you batted 500. What's batting 500? It's where you, as an obnoxious Jew, said, hey, who wants to go to heaven with me? Pray with me. Where only 50% success rate. So thank you for only being 50% successful, because if you were 100% successful, people wouldn't even need faith, because it'd be like, yeah, this works every time, 100% of the time. Father, Lord, thank you for letting me bat well over 50%, if you know what I'm talking about. Father, Lord, thank you for the blessings of a healthy voice, a healthy mind, and a healthy level of testosterone. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Do you know how hard it is to pray about your balls and then have Christian people later send me a text message and say, speechless, because you talked to Jesus about your dick and your dick's health for 2 hours. And I was just wondering, Larry, can you come speak at our Christian summer camp? The reason this is funny and hilarious on 13 levels, 14 levels of humor is I can get away with it because I straddle non-Christian humor by doing Christian humor. Straddle. There are 2 sides to the testosterone equation. Not mortgaging testosterone and helping other people understand what mortgaged testosterone does. 2 sides to the equation of VC, voluntarily celibate, because I don't care how hot Eileen Gu is, okay? She is fuego hot. And I don't care how hot she thinks that Larry Chang is, because I'm going to be VC at Stanford, voluntarily celibate. My bang number at Stanford is 0.0. Larry, what's a bang number? That would be the number of Stanford undergraduates that I've had sex with. But Larry, I can't believe that. Here's something else that's more unbelievable than that truth that's unbelievable. Nobody cares about your hi bye really quick. Nobody cares about that. I care about it. It's Monday. I would hope that you say hi bye. It's Monday. Are you still in bed? Are you still in bed? I understand why you're saying hi bye. I understand. What's also not fathomable is Duck 9. Deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding VC, not voluntarily celibate, VC venture capital, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, deeply understanding turnarounds. Let me go over those because this is also more money. deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding venture capital knowledge, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, which is don't borrow money from Jewish people or any other people, deeply understanding turnarounds. So the reason that Dickie the Duck got replaced with Larry the Starfish is fuck that fucking Dickie the Duck. Who's Dickie the Duck? He's the mascot for Duck 9. What's Duck 9? Deeply understanding credit knowledge. Deeply understanding. That's Duck 9, is you want to avoid Chapter 9, bankruptcy. So the avoidance of bankruptcy is your benefit, because even the rich people who are spending $500 for a two-person lunch, no alcohol, true story, which is when you bankruptcy's coming for everybody. You're welcome. When people say the greatest wealth transfer in history, what they're saying is it's the most chaotic time since time began. Why is there so much chaos? Because when the government starts telling you, hey, aliens are going to come 2027, 2028, 2029, you're going to realize that aliens have been here. They're just kind of powerless. They're powerful, but they're powerless during this time-space continuum, which is why testosterone. I know who's stealing your testosterone. You can replenish it with meditation. Aliens are not here to steal your testosterone, but Lucifer and dark energy is. This is why this video is so huggy Christian while being hilarious, while being, is this stand-up comedy? Is this video an Overton window? Is this video student athletes? Is this video anti-Stanford? Is this video about Victoria's Secret? Stanford. Victoria's Secret, Stanford, Larry. Make it make sense. So this is what is not going to make any sense to you, but once you see it, you'll be able to understand everything about everything, which is Leslie Wexner. He did not start Victoria's Secret. He was just before the Senate subcommittee on pedos and more pedos. So it's pedos talking to pedos about pedos. Pedo, pedo, pedo. Leslie Wexner, Victoria's Secret. So he didn't start that. It started at Stanford Mall by this dude named Roy Raymond. He connects to Victoria's Secret via a student in the Bay Area. Her name is Eileen Gu. This is where you guys missed my pitch. Would you like to buy some Stanford bound goo? Would you like to buy some Stanford bound baby juice? Would you like to buy some Stanford sperm? I didn't go to Stanford. I went to the University of Illinois. But the sperm that I produce, it costs $275,000. Larry, is this how you make money? This is the only time I've ever asked for money, which is, fuck you, pay me $275,000. Larry, is this how you've avoided sexual misconduct allegations? Yeah, because you can't accuse me of sexual misconduct when you are on record with a purchase order for over $200,000. Am I going to nag you until you sign the agreement? Cheers to legal lexicon snafu and double entendre, bordering on triple entendre, bordering on sextuple entendre. I don't know what the crazy hormone is. That would be testosterone, which is what this video is. But you have to cut down on it, okay? Which is, you are gonna buy sperm from me. So when I sell you the sperm, what are you gonna use it for? You're gonna use it to self-fund IMG, which is an academy for the biggest studs before they win an Olympic gold medal, and then win an Olympic gold medal, and then play 2 pro sports that are revenue sports. The non-revenue sports don't get Chinese people into college. You got to play a revenue sport. This is how you justify a $275,000 price tag, or what I like to say, 0.275 of 1 Bitcoin. This whole video is about testosterone. And I went ahead and I read a 9-page PDF that gives you more testosterone. And this 9-page PDF has a bibliography, so I'm gonna go ahead and write page 10. So page 10 of this 9-page PDF is, whoops, Nick Szabo. So it's $275,000. You're not allowed to give half of it to your sister. I mean, I can't enforce that because I'm just gonna jizz it. And then if you hot swap it into your sister or your best friend, technically I can't stop you, because when I sell you a wad of jizz, you'll be able to collect it first person. And so if you put it half in your mouth or half in your friend, or you somehow split it, like once the sperm has left my body, once the testosterone has left my body, that's when the $275,000 clicks. So what you do with your 275K load of jizz, that's completely up to your discretion. You could eat it, you could freeze it, you could eat it and then spit it into your girlfriend's vagina. You could turkey plunge it into your vagina. You could put it in your butthole. Who the fuck knows, you deviant, weird people. Or you could make a baby with it, and that baby, it's gonna go to Stanford. And if that baby doesn't go to Stanford, well, did you put it in your butthole or did you put it in your vagina? Because user error, right? User error. Like if you put it up your butthole, I don't think that's how a baby gets made. And that's kind of a good test, because if you at least know that a baby comes out of your vagina, that's pretty much good enough. Where you're retarded, you mortgaged everything for $275K, but it doesn't matter how retarded you are, because that's how good the sperm that you're getting is. When you genetically engineer sperm, you're messing with genes and genetics. The problem with that is, this problem is, when you're the perfect shot of sperm onto a perfect egg, there are perfect people problems. This is a video about testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone, because I watch how women buy testosterone. You're going to a cryobank. Brady, did you crash into something? Did you crash into something? Stay. Speaking of a perfect shot of sperm, that would be an all-white Shih Tzu. Why did I name him Tom Brady? Because he's the perfect shot of, he's cream. He is homogeneous. Do you know how hard it is to get a homogeneous Shih Tzu? Like, it's a Shih Tzu of Shih Tzus. Speaking of too much testosterone, Tom Brady has entered the chat. Yo, you're gonna not growl anymore now that the microphone's here? You're not gonna growl anymore? There you go. That's what happens when you have too much testosterone. That's what happens when you have too much testosterone. But Larry, if you just cut off their balls, they would get along better. Think about what you're saying. If that were true, we would have cut off the balls of all black people, and black people wouldn't be killing people anymore. Right? I don't think cutting off balls works. Larry, is this video still about testosterone? Yeah, because when somebody cuts off your balls, not with scissors, but with social media or monetary rules or slavery, because one of the ethnicities, they're still enslaved right now. One of the ethnicities, here's a quote to prove that that joke was both hilarious and true, which is anytime an NFL or an NBA player talks about being on the plantation, what am I? Showing up to OTAs? What am I? A slave? I'm not going to OTAs. What am I? Your porch Chinaman? What am I? Your penthouse Chinaman? Get it? Instead of residence N-word, it's or porch blank word. It's because get it? Because Chinese people, because you Chinese people, you live in a condo. What am I? You're a condo Chinaman? You want me to come to OTAs? I don't even know what OTA even stands for. I don't even know what OTA even stands for. I actually don't know what an OTA stands for. As a future NFL quarterback, because it's about to get more DEI before it gets less DEI. What's DEI? It's where we find a defensively excellent infielder and we say, hey, we need a shortstop. Can you play shortstop? Or we need a quarterback. I already play shortstop. Can you play quarterback? Because, oh my God, you have a cannon. Can you throw a football? Yeah. Throwing a football and throwing a baseball? Yeah. So when a certain ethnicity says, I don't want to be your slave, I don't want to come to the optional workouts, what you're saying is you'll never not be a slave. You're saying that. Where 40 acres and a mule, that guarantees you to be a millionaire. Do you guys not see that? I see it. Do you guys not see that? This is why, okay, enough kicking the low-hanging fruit. Enough kicking low-hanging fruit. So here's the thing about money, because it's not just, oops, I lost 40 mules and an acre. I lost that. I lost all 40 mules. Because all of us could buy, well, not all of us. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. I'm Larry Chang, by the way. I'm going to state the most true thing, and you're not going to hear it, which is there is no such thing as generational wealth. There is no such thing as generational wealth. And it gets people into their feelings because people know 6 examples of it, and I'm one of them. But outside of those 6 examples, there are no examples of generational wealth. The first generation makes the money, the second generation spends the money, the third generation loses the money. What we're talking about here is testosterone. What we're talking about here is the Vanderbilt family. They died poor and gay. Let me repeat that. Why is gayness in certain rich families? There's gayness in the royal family. Why? Because people are trying to fuck up their family. So why are there such prevalence of homosexuality in some affluent families? It's because they're rich, but the money's not evenly distributed. So there's a TV show actually about this that I never watched because I'm not going to watch a slow motion dumpster fire, because this is the way to have generational wealth. It's fuck you, offspring. You don't get to have any of my money. That's how to preserve generational wealth. But this is what common sense dictates, which is why testosterone gets lost, which is I'm going to give you everything that I never had growing up. That's a recipe for disaster. Tom Brady. People make fun of him for being too Asian. People make fun of him. And I'm not going to defend other Asian people like Tom Brady, but I will tell you that Tom Brady is more Chinese than I am. I'm about to get your panties wet. I'm about to get your panties wet. You guys ready? Tom Brady. He's in a TV show starring Tom Brady. I know. How Leo can you be? How Leo can you be? So in this TV show about Tom Brady, which I'm having to watch because it's being forced into my eyeballs because I'm at a Super Bowl party called Tom Brady Super Bowl Party in Minneapolis. Okay, I'll watch. Remember, if you're forcing me to sit in class learning shit, I'm going to be the fucking best student because I want to fuck that class. I want to fuck that class as if I am a gigolo who's paid to be a student. I'm going to fuck. And it's fornicating material where I'm going to use that material and I'm going to make a financial baby, which I'm making another baby with you right now. Do you feel pregnant yet? Because here you go. Here's your baby. I'm watching a Tom Brady documentary starring Tom Brady, and he says to his kid this phrase, citation not required, episode 2, Tom versus Time, you're welcome. He says, because he says, what do you need $50 for? He says this, and my ears perk up because I was like, you talking about money, Tom Brady? Because Tom Brady, the human, not my dog, he says to his human, we'll call his human Jack, or human, why do you need $50? And his small human, later revealed as Jack, who's currently, at the time, 6, 7, or 8 years old. Human, offspring, why do you need $50? And his son goes, oh, because I want to buy a video game. I'm like, what cheap video game are you trying to buy for $50? Right? Because I don't know if you're a gamer, but video games cost more than $50. So he goes, $50? And I'm like, are you buying a used game? because remember, my brain, it operates at lightning speeds, like 488 IQ. Think of me as a Tom Brady where I'm able to process NFL defenses. Is this me begging for an NFL quarterbacking job? Pretty much. You busted me. I'm busted. Page 7 of The Firm. It's a movie by John Grisham where he memorizes everything. So then Tom Brady says to his son, Jack, thank you, Roger, thank you, thank you. You need $50. Sounds like you're going to need to do a lot of chores. So I file it away to talk to Brady about after he's done with his work event. You know, the work event that Tom Brady has to do pretty much annually, which is winning the Super Bowl. I'm not going to fucking text you on fucking Thursday when you're crunching, you're study prepping for Sunday. I'm not going to fucking text you Thursday. And as a non-cunt, I'm not going to fucking text you on fucking Friday. I'm not even going to mention it, even though I'm dying to send you a text to 415-612-1737. I'm dying to. But guess what? I'm not gonna. Why? Because we can just talk about that shit in the off season. But I'm thinking to myself, are you gonna make your kid grow up Chinese too? Because that's some Chinese shit, which is fuck you, $50. $50? And then the audience laughed, but the audience didn't get it because they thought that Tom Brady was just being a dick to be a dick. Tom Brady was making sure that his kids stay off of drugs. $50? $50? The fuck do you need $50 for? He was addressing $50 as if his kid just asked him to buy a used Porsche for $62,000. But Dad, this Porsche is worth $200,000. I only need to borrow $60,000 from it, so that way I can sell that Porsche for over $100,000, but I'm probably going to drive it for 5 months. You can say that he's not Chinese, but when you're teaching Larry Chang to be Chinese, you're Chinese. Let me repeat. So when you're screaming at your kid about $50, you are more Chinese than Larry Chang. I had a relative, we'll call him Sebastian because that's his fucking name. He asked me for a $50 plate of fucking food. And I was like, sure. He's like, can I order the lobster? I'm thinking about ordering that or the salmon. Sure. Whereas Tom Brady is berating his own kid for $50. When you teach the Chinese person who's the most Chinese person in China, named Larry Chang, wait a minute, Larry, you said you're the most American person in America. Yeah, but just because I'm the best athlete you've ever met doesn't make me not the best student you've ever met. Student athlete, right? ABC, American born Chinese. Just because I'm the whitest white person that anyone has ever met doesn't make my Chinese less fluent. That's why the sperm costs $275,000. That's why it costs that much. And that's the only time I'll ever ask you for money, which is, yeah, if you want me to jizz into your vagina or in your general vicinity, it's $275,000. $50? $50? $50? What do you need $50 for? This kid goes, I want to buy a video game. And I'm like, you're buying a used video game? Are you sharing a video game? Like, what video game's only $50? Tom Brady, during Tom versus Time documentary, decides to just lay into him. well, you're going to need to do a lot of chores. And he's listing out all these random things that his kid's going to need to do. And then everyone just focuses on Tom Brady kissing his kid in the lips. Well, I'm like, what about the point before that point, which is making sure that your kid stays off of drugs? You haven't seen my Brokeback comedy yet. It's called Brokeback Waffle Motel. Oh my God. Did you make millions of dollars? Yeah. Because when you say Brokeback Mountain, I'm thinking you don't know about Ong Lee. I'm going to help you add inches to your micro penis in a second. I'm going to add inches to your IQ in a second. Tom Brady. So I want to text him so badly. But I am locked in laser focus. Laser focus. Talk about in the side chat the Matt Damon Great Wall thing, because he's super Asian too. Matt Damon. Laser focus, baby. Matt Damon. He's in a Chinese movie about being Chinese. I was all for it. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Who did not steal testosterone is Tom Brady, giving his kid testosterone, giving me testosterone, giving you testosterone. Larry, you look super gay brushing your dog. I could be having sex with 2 women, telling women before I even have sex with them that I'm going to finish reading a book before I have sex with them. And that would be the most heterosexual thing ever, even though they were both claiming that I was gay. Did I just explain to you testosterone? I know who stole your testosterone, because when you're playing 2 girls, 1 Larry Chang, it's a book reading contest. So 3-way. 3-ways kind of kill your testosterone. I said it. This is porn in the real world. Obviously, porn online kills your brain, but porn in the real world also kills your brain. What's porn in the real world? It's where you're in a hotel room with a mirror and there are 2 girls in your bed. Now you're watching porn, and now your dick's gonna break. It's not gonna break from reverse cowgirl. It's not gonna break from starfish. It's not gonna break because she and they are on their 11th orgasm and first orgasm. That's not why it's broken. It's broken because you're doing real world porn and now having sex with your one girlfriend. It's not going to go as well because now your brain's broken. Your porn is now broken your brain. So your girlfriend says the cliche thing of, oh, I think it'd be curious to try a girl, and then the guy has never been in a girlfriend plus girl 3-way. Larry, is this a PhD on group sex? Actually, it is. Because guys like me have been getting their brains broken via real world porn since guys like me have been making cliche mistakes that guys like me make. Which is when your girl says, hey, I want to do something to try to lock you down, the thing that she'll invariably say is, I'd be open to a three-way. And if, as a guy, you've never managed IRL porn before, your future is going to be reading fucked. What's IRL porn? In real life porn is where you're in a room, and that room has a mirror, and that mirror has two girls, a bed, and now you're watching yourself. That's real world porn. Porn of all varieties breaks your brain. Larry, I want my brain to be fixed. How do I fix it? This is why I am the dick whisperer. Because if your dick got broken because your dick is attached to 9 figures, if you make $300 million after taxes, after relatives, after whatever, people borrowing money from you, after co-authoring, co-signing loans, you're going to be left with about $40 million. That's a penis extension. Let me get your math screwed on straight. If you're lucky enough to do a second contract where your lifetime earnings totals $300 million, that's a penis extension. But here's a problem is pro athletes have been missing my NFL rookie symposium content because that video somehow got deleted. Do you know that I run a company called Duck9, which is try to not go bankrupt after you win the lottery, called your second NFL contract? This is why guys like Gronkowski, who I am not his mentor, will try to spend $0. Do you know where that comes from? It comes from the legendary mythical character in NFL circles. This mythical character, he's called Larry Chang, quarterback. I'm the guy who dated for $0.0. How do you date for $0.0? It's where you get women to pay for everything. Gronkowski. Maybe you're not old enough to know who University of Arizona alumni is. I am not his mentor. I am not his mentor. But what he did in the innovation known as testosterone, how to not lose your testosterone. He did this innovation. It's called, I'm gonna spend $0 of my salary. How do you spend $0? You realize what I've been saying for 4,000 plus YouTube videos is that it doesn't take money to make money. What if I lived in a building that would pay me to live in the building? When you don't ask yourself good questions, you're never going to get a good answer. Testosterone. Do you want more testosterone? Because I'm not selling you testosterone. I mean, aside from me selling a load of cum into your vagina for $275,000, I'm not selling you testosterone. I'm selling you, for $0, a free methodology of making testosterone via making money. You see, when you're stressed about money, you're not going to be horny. You're never going to be horny because you're just stressed all the time. There, that was the value of this video. When you take a testosterone supplement, you're mortgaging your future testosterone. So the reason that Tom Brady is hairy today, look at all that hair. You know why he's so hairy? Because he's got a lot of testosterone. So when you say Brokeback Wang Chung, here's your money, is you should do Brokeback Waffle Motel. So Brokeback Waffle Motel is a bankrupt motel because you live in a poverty city. So look at your city, you live in poverty, all the businesses are closing. You go to the bank, this is ducking chapter 9. This is doing a turnaround. Larry the Starfish, deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding venture capital knowledge, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, doing a turnaround. So you're asking a bank, hey, do you hold a illiquid asset known as a shitty hotel? You slap a cowboy hat logo on that hotel and you rent out your rental because you don't own that hotel, the bank does. And then you give away free waffles. It's a Brokeback Waffle Motel. It's a waffle. I already can picture the logo. It's a picture of a waffle. And if you live in Louisiana or some other land of retards, California, you have a logo of the state, and you just put a cowboy hat on it, and you call it Brokeback, and then the state looks like a waffle. The state looks like a waffle. So you can talk about how it's esoteric ramblings of a 0 and a 1 echo chamber, or you can see that this is going to be a 5th PhD. I'm going to highlight one of the PhDs, which is testosterone. I know who's stealing your testosterone, because if you have a person that's under 20 years old in school, I don't know what the crazy hormone is, but you have to cut down on it, okay? Realizing that chemical castration is a thing, which is what happens when other people are managing your testosterone. I like the homosexual Hail Marys because homosexual Hail Marys, they're meant to steal your testosterone. Hey, person who threw the homosexual Hail Mary, will you be honest about why you're a homosexual? Lie to me. Lie to me. Lie to everybody. Or tell me the truth. You pick. How did you know? How did you know? When was your first? How did you know? Oh, you're brushing your dog. That's how I know you're gay. How did you know? Because I'm not homosexual. I mean, technically I'm a lesbian because you didn't ask me what my pronouns were, but let's get past that joke. Brady, look at all this hair I'm getting. Look at all that hair I'm getting. It's like I have an Australian Shepherd. Estrogen is what happens. Estrogen is what happens to overweight. Who's watching this and not liking it? Who? Your testosterone is going to drop because you don't like testosterone. You don't like your own testosterone. I caught you watching and not liking. I caught you. You got caught. You got caught. You got caught. Too much testosterone, buddy. You have too much testosterone. Grr, grr, grr. Hey, nobody cares, buddy. Why don't you release your testosterone later? Brady has an abnormal amount of testosterone today. Hey, Brady, let's rechannel that masculine energy as we're doing something incredibly feminine right now. Hey, You have estrogen somewhere in there. You have estrogen somewhere in there. Manage it. Hey, testosterone mitigation indoors. Outdoors, you can let your penis energy fly. Indoors, okay? Be a docile. Plus I'm brushing you. Yeah. Manage your penis. You wanna keep your penis? Other pet owners, Brady, are cutting off penises. Don't you bite me. You can bite me, but you're gonna be less fluffy. Hey, Brady, if you let me brush you, other girl dogs are gonna think you're hot. And when other girl dogs think you're hot, I'm gonna be able to fuck their owners. That's how the math works, buddy. Hey, do you want me to bring home hot vagina? That's right. That's right, buddy. Brady, you're such a good dog. Look at all this hair. So you could say that I'm too rough with brushing, or you could understand what it's like having to get into that third level of hair. I liked it in sub on 2 accounts. Sub like submarine, which is full of semen, because I'm selling semen, $275,000. Larry, is it true that Chinese people aren't little, they are just malnourished? And that's why American Asians are taller, because we actually feed them. I don't know. You haven't seen China lately. Like, the number of Chinese girls that are 5'11". Look at fucking Eileen fucking Gu. That's all of them. I mean, I didn't meet her when she was 12 years old, but there's a picture of her when she's 12 years old. She's like 5'11". She makes the other 15-year-old look like her daughter. I don't know if Chinese people are short. I think boomers think they're short because there was some malnutrition. I don't know. Do you guys know, we're talking about testosterone. Do you guys know about Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang? Do you guys know about John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang? And I did not say Larry Chang twice. It's a different Larry Chang, also turning around GameStop, Larry Chang. So I determined that you are your own worst enemy, testosterone. I know who's stealing your testosterone. That would be Rock Skipper 101. Criticizing the fact that I'm brushing my dog. Do you even have a dog? Do you even have a dog? Do you even have a dog with this much hair? If I don't brush him hard, the hair gets stuck. Oh my God, are you bald? Are you bald? I just figured out that you're bald. Chinese women look very sexy next to a Mercedes with a cell phone. Why are you saying this? Are you an Asian woman standing next to a Mercedes? Have you guys seen my Mercedes video? So my most viewed video of all time, FML, that's Fuck Me Larry, not Fuck My Life. I'm opening up a Mercedes by putting my finger Look at how long my finger is. Look at how long my finger is. So I'm putting my finger behind a Mercedes-Benz logo all the way, like I'm underneath the hood. And I'm putting my finger all the way up underneath and then pulling it. Am I talking about helping her find her G-spot? No. This is how to pop the hood of a Mercedes two-door. All done, buddy. Look how fluffy you are. Time to do eye drops for you. Time to do eye drops for you. Time to do eye drops. Good boy. Don't move. These eye drops are expensive as fuck. Anything for my dog. Brady, your hair is so smooth. Look at this. This is your rake brush and I can't even get any more. Brady, somebody loves you. Look at this. Brady, look at this. It's moving through. Wow. Brady, you're a very well-behaved dog. Other side. Ooh, should we brush your teeth? Do you guys want to watch me brush Brady's teeth? Testosterone. I don't know if fluoride is hurting. I don't know if fluoride's hurting. Larry, why don't you use a dog toothbrush? Because I'd rather just use my own toothbrush. Can you guys brush your teeth left-handed or right-handed? Brushing your teeth with your opposite hand is going to help you get more testosterone. Larry, now you're just making shit up. I'm not making anything up. The reason that your brain connects to your dick is because people make fun of people who can't connect their brain to their dick, which is called that stupid decision you made. Were you thinking with your second head? So if you can think and make decisions with your second head, what if you're to make good decisions with your second head? What if your brain were connected to your dick, making better choices because your brain got better? Now, think about it as being a student athlete where you're having to simultaneously manage your dick and your brain. So this is stuff that Tiger Woods kind of missed out on. When I do this in public, women throw a vagina. I think it has to do with the fact that when you manage your dog's teeth, it makes vagina wet. Why does it make vagina wet? Who knows? Who knows? Does anyone really know? No one has any clue. But I do know that the same things that give women the ick, which is, I don't know what the crazy hormone is, says a woman. I don't know what the crazy hormone is, said the woman. But you have to cut down on it. Okay? I'm not going to say, why are we listening to women about testosterone management? I'm not going to say that. Because what I am going to say is women who have too much testosterone get a medical malady called endometriosis. So when women say, I don't know what the crazy hormone is, which is testosterone, that is literally the definition of crazy hormone. The crazier hormone then that's even more crazy than testosterone would be the crazy hormone known as estrogen, because hot flashes, because of why does estrogen keep women from ever inventing anything in science, technology, engineering, or math? Almost to the level of haplessness as black people, which is just get off of zero. Just no longer be a donut hole. Because it's not the Caucasian man that's keeping you down. Testosterone. Which is, why are we not in a class? Why doesn't school teach us as black people how to better manage testosterone? Oh, I found a spot that I didn't get yet. Think about us not mining for Bitcoin. We're not mining for testosterone. Okay, we are. We're mining for hair. We're hair miners. So the person who said, I'm not going to call you out by name. So the person who said I'm brushing too hard, be honest. Are you bald? Be honest. Are you bald? Should we do a hairline check real quick? Should we do a hairline check real quick? Larry, does it take you 2 hours to do your hair? Because you have amazing hair. Who does your hair? That would be this guy. Look at all that hair. I could almost sell another dog. Look at all this hair. Larry, I dare you to eat a grapefruit because you seem like a germaphobe. I dare you to eat a grapefruit after brushing Brady's hair. I would eat a grapefruit in the same way that I would do bareback. I would do bareback. I would, but I kind of don't want to. Oh, I like that. Pro tip, Tufts University Center for Human Nutrition and Aging, long-term studies caloric intake. Animals live 20% longer on restricted diets versus ad-lib diets. I totally believe in that. Is that your first positive comment? Are you turning the corner? Are you turning the corner? I just located my G-spot thanks to you. I'm going to keep that message hidden. Roger, I forget your referral code. 145 1452 1538. Yeah. 1548. D. Roger, what's your Instacart referral code? Amen. I don't take medication. My body makes testosterone. No free lunches. This video script and whoever wrote this script for me is amazing. What we want to do here is we want to pitch this content. We want to pitch this content to a podcast. So in the comments, tell me what podcast this comment would be good on, and I'll get it on that comment. I'll get it on. Oh. Look at all this hair I'm getting. Brady, you're such a healthy dog. Did you just snort in my face? Puppy kiss. Wow! Brady never offers puppy kisses. He's a saliva horde. All right, Brady, hey, drink some water. I'll take you for a walk. I know who stole your testosterone. You done? You done? Brady, drink some water. I'll take you for a walk. No, Brady. Hey, drink some water. Come on, drink some water. Ron Lowther has entered the chat. That's not true. That's not true. The Overton window has shifted. The Overton window has shifted. Thank you for confirming to me that you are a female. Thank you for confirming that you are a female. Men pretending to be women can't confirm that they're female. They'll sell you on the fact that they're a female. Females act female. That's the only way to discern who's really a female and who's really a male. Larry, I heard you wave a flag. Yeah, because what this LGBTQ TT plus community needs is a transsexual with pronouns she, he, he, she, he, she, he, she. That's what this movement needs. Why do I know that that's true? Because Alyssa Liu, who looks right out of LGBTQ, rescinded her LGBTQ on her Olympic bio and removed all of her LGBT posts, saying, I used to think that back when I was a kid. Gold medalist switching teams. Is she on team heterosexual? I don't know. What I do know is testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. We've gone over mortgaging. Do you mortgage future testosterone for today's testosterone? That would be a person who is a juicer. Now you have roid rage, which is taking drugs to lift stronger. Porn stole your penis's energy. Lucifer stole your sexual energy. Raw dog. It's where you don't take any drugs and you're just gonna raw dog up some more testosterone. Your brain as a testosterone producing machine. Your pituitary gland can produce any chemical except for vitamin C. What happens when you mention, hey, your child's testosterone might get chemically castrated? Some parents will say, but he hasn't even hit puberty yet. If your boy is born a boy, they're going to have testosterone. That's what makes a boy a boy. Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Your testosterone gets sapped away and stolen via social media. Look at how many times people try to steal my testosterone in a video titled Testosterone. I know who is stealing your testosterone. Web 2, social media. How many times did my testosterone get stolen, or how many times was stealing testosterone even attempted? And that's in a video overtly trying to mitigate your testosterone. I don't even understand what you're saying. Eric Woodrum, what's up? How are you? Maybe re-go. When your social media doom scrolls you into freely dissipating your testosterone, you have lost the psychological operation, which is actually a chemical operation, which is testosterone mitigation. Also, comparison living. When I am no longer posting things about my life for fear of people saying, oh, you're just Chinese maxing, you're wealth maxing, you're flexing. Because if we don't cheer for other people's fake life, which is actually real, which is you can't post Trader Joe's food. You can't post food porn because people will say and try to mitigate your wealth and your testosterone. So instead of thinking of it as a doom scroll, think of it as, am I being jealous of other people? Upcoming, since today is February 22nd, people are going to start talking about summer vacations. When people talk about vacation, most people don't want to hear about it. Where I no longer even talk about my own future planned vacations, because social media has ruined this dynamic, which is, hey, I saw on social media that you went on vacation, tell me about it. Because people love talking about their vacation. Whereas now, because we're in a video about testosterone, if you're being jealous of somebody else's vacation, you're going to get less testosterone. If you're being angry about somebody else's social media, what if you're watching a video and you're actively trying to dissuade and dissolve and mitigate and minimize another person's attempt to try to help you? That's what we're doing with social interactions, not just social media, but why can't you cheer for a person going to Greece for the first time? Hey, that sounds like an amazing trip. Because once you say, I don't want to know, or, oh, you're only going because you have big boobs, and Larry only said yes to you because you have big boobs, I hate your boobs. Now you sound like a woman. You sound like a woman angry at young women who have enough money to take Larry Chang for a vacation. Why don't you just say, hey, cool. I've watched Larry Chang videos. He seems like a really nice guy. Really enjoy your vacation. That sounds amazing. How did you meet him? Oh, I just texted him because I watched the YouTube video. What? That's how you met? Yeah, I went ahead and stalked him, and I found out that he really likes to to go to Pete's Coffee, and there's one that he goes to. So that's how I met him. And he likes to go to Evia too. Testosterone, the preparation of testosterone. Brain 2, brain 3, brain 5. So many brains. You see, maybe you think that I'm the smartest person in Silicon Valley. Maybe you think that I became the third institution of Silicon Valley with an IQ of 488. What we're doing with testosterone and even estrogen is we're saying we can just work with an IQ of 90. We just need to do 3 things, and our testosterone estrogen equilibrium gets balanced. This is how. 1, we get our brain unhooked from dopamine. Enough said. 2, which is our ability to do medium-term work. By medium-term work, I mean not short-form video. So the homework here is, can you watch 200 minutes uninterrupted? You see, I've talked 286 minutes on one topic, testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. I'm not going to say read something and then talk about it. You should talk about it after you read it. And what you can read is what I wrote, which is chapters 1 through 14, testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. Because I'm Lawrence Chang, my YouTube username is Larry Chang. I'm letting you steal my intellectual property. Hey Brady, drink some water before we go for a walk. Do you want some fresh water? Do you want some fresh water? Brady's out of water. Happy? Where you're taking and assembling your brains and your dopamine managing, your midterm learning, long-term learning. What's long-term is 50 minutes in a row, 50 minutes in a row. And let's say your brain can't do 50 minutes. Do a group exercise, 2 girls, 1 cup of Larry Chang knowledge, where you and your girlfriend study 50 minutes of content. The third component of improvement and self-improvement is something called memorize, write. Your phone causes you to think that knowledge and knowledge at your fingertips is limitless. But that's exactly what keeps you limited. Where I feel limitless, but that's an illusion. It's the fact that I memorized and then wrote it out. So the thing that made me seem limitless is I pulled a book out of my asshole. I pulled a book out of my butt. I pulled a book out of thin air. That book is called Testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. That's not a future book. That's a book I literally made up 220 minutes ago, 229 minutes ago. That's how many minutes ago I made it up. We are co-founders of a book. Are we going to co-found a company? No. But now you're meeting the solo founder of the Uber API. I'm not a co-founder of Uber. I'm a solo founder of the Uber API. Because you have a PI and an API, you have an app. I can interact with that app. This is what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School that they used to teach you at Harvard Business School. Screenshot, you're welcome. If you don't make I don't know, $600,000, basically 1/10 of one Bitcoin. If you don't make 600K, 1/10 of one Bitcoin, you're a retard. You're a retard. In fact, if you hurry up and do it, you can actually get an entire retirement account, more money than 3 lifetimes of money. Remember, don't leave your money to your nieces and nephews with all that money, which is 6.15 Bitcoin, because right now it's below $200,000, I think. What year is this? The aliens are coming! The aliens are coming! Listen, you government fucking retard. The aliens have been here. People can't figure out how to financially benefit or not benefit. It's just a psyop to distract you. Yeah, that news is coming. That news is coming. Oh, that news is coming. It's coming. Oh, I'm gonna come. It came already. Food and microplastics. Food and microplastics. Food quality. Almonds. You want more testosterone? Do what Tom Brady, Larry Chang, and David Weekley do, which is eat more almonds. Ditto my friend Tim Ferriss. I don't know where my 4-hour work week book is. Almonds, microplastics. Mother's bro. So what's mitigating your testosterone is your mother's brother. Who's your mother's brother? I don't know, but you tell me who your mother's brother is. So why is homosexuality rampant in some wealthy families, especially right before the crumble? So wealthy families get angry at each other for random bad reasons. And when you come out to your wealthy family, you're basically telling your family to fuck off because you weren't protected when you were a kid. I don't want to know why I know this. It's because I'll watch TV that women want to watch, which is, I had an ex-girlfriend. She liked Princess Diana and she liked Anderson Cooper, the Vanderbilt family. So I'm like, whatever, I'll watch it. What happens when I watch something? I learn everything because I am going to learn, because you're forcing me to waste an hour watching Gloria Vanderbilt. Understanding that and then filing it away 10 plus years later turned into, I understand everything about everything, which is testosterone. Lucifer's trying to steal your testosterone the way that Lucifer stole Anderson Cooper's little brother. I wasted so much time as a kid learning untrue things. Says Roger, the mother's brother, he's a problem. Not my mother's brother, he's amazing. In fact, if you look at uncles and aunties, that's what separates families. When money, this is also what happens. Women marry somebody who's financially well off. And then the remnant people in her family, they get pissed because even in a time when there's no social media, the woman's rich because of how she married, and now her family's pissed off. Interfamily jealousy is the cause of so many things, which is why when my dad, Tom Chang, decided to raise me pseudo poor, it was some genius level stuff. Genius level stuff. What is pseudo poor? That's like where you have a load of testosterone that you want to insert into your date number 5, but then you're like, oh, we can wait. And then you squirt it into another girl. And then she gets more mad. And then she gets more turned on. And this is testosterone management. This is next level 7D chess. Because with the aliens coming, it's not 5-dimensional chess. It's at least 6 dimensions. Because that's where the aliens are coming from, is another dimension. It's not coming in time. Meaning the aliens are going to get here next year. It's a distraction from the fact that 2008, banks were too big to fail. 2026, the pedophiles in control are too big to fail. What? We need rules. We need rules for money. We don't need the government officials who rule over money. This video bookends perfectly back to Toblerone, which is Swiss chocolate, which sounds like testosterone. Because when I was a kid, I saw Toblerone and I thought, are you selling testosterone? Kind of like a Ferrari Testarossa. I'm like, is that a, I didn't understand. Like, that's a Ferrari? Testosterone Ferrari? Thank you. Because the pattern that I understood was bookended here, where we're not cutting up testosterone in a bunch of little pieces like it's Toblerone. We're understanding that the overt war on testosterone, it's meant to obfuscate the fact that money printing can only be done by government officials, which is why this person, Marin Katuza, he talks about the secret war on gold, which is the overt war on Bitcoin, the secret war on testosterone. Why are gold, Bitcoin, and testosterone in bankruptcy in one perfect cocktail of a Larry Chang video? Marin Katuza, secret war on gold. Silver bullion exchange, where the metals exchange has no gold or silver. The aliens, they're not coming from another galaxy. The alien lives right next door to you. All we're doing with testosterone is, can you meditate, improve your brain, and realize that aliens are not going to come help you with your monetary situation. It's you and your 5 brains with Larry Chang's 5 webs, because I asked the Luciferian AI called OpenAI and other AI. I asked it a question that I knew the answer to, which is testosterone. Is Larry Chang the only person who wrote a 3-way PhD on I know who stole your testosterone? Because if you ask AI, who coined the phrase Web 5? It's the same person who coined the phrase Web 3. Because Web 12 is actually going to improve your testosterone level. Larry, are you mapping my balls to my testosterone to software? This is an external API. And I'm not joking, even though it'll be funny when you watch it 5 times. Because what it is Web 12.
It'll solve your testosterone problems because it solves your testosterone's problems. It's $0. I get why people call this a pyramid scheme. I get why people call this a Ponzi, because you don't understand why I'm the third institution of Silicon Valley. That was in danger for a bit when Pete Steiny came up with Claudebot, and then he came up with Moltbot, which is what a lobster does. He molts. We're molting right now, MLLT. We're open clawing right now. Third institution of Silicon Valley, Larry Chang. I'm helping you with your testosterone because your testosterone level, it's too low. And just because you think it's at an healthy level, that's only because you're comparing it to 7 other dudes around you that are at all-time lows. All-time lows. You compare your level of testosterone to a person of your age 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 400 years ago, they're going to call you a eunuch. What's a eunuch? It's a slave with no balls, I think. Or it's a Korean girl. Oh, wait, that's Eunice. Oh, wait, that's another Korean girl named Sarah Park Lisa Kim. Web 12. What you're doing with Web 12 is, how big would your dick be if you would have bought Bitcoin when I bought Bitcoin? That's Web 5. But it's too late. It's too late. And if I'm being honest with you, my Bitcoin got lost in a motorboating accident. What we're doing now is connecting Brain 3 with Web 4. What is Brain 3? Brain 3 is your penis. Brain 1 is your brain. Brain 2 is your stomach. Brain 3 is your penis or your vagina. Brain 4 is your butt. Brain 5 is Web 12. These are the 5 brains. Web 12, of course, being AI, meaning can you use AI to be a boss and your assistant? It's like a servant leader. That's what Jesus is. He's a servant master. That's what AI is. But the certain people, they made AI into Lucifer. Oops. And the 5 webs. Web 1 is internet. Web 0 is the Pony Express. Web 2 is social media, doom scrolling, or testosterone making within the doom scroll of, can you read social media and have it turn into testosterone? You can if you watch Larry Chang. Each one of my videos helps you double. If you don't double from a $0 Larry Chang video, you're retarded. And now that we can use that word again, the instance and experience of retardation will be mitigated and minimized. If we say retard enough, all people, including really dumb black people, will no longer be retarded. Brain Web 3 is fiat, is Brain 3. Web 3. Web 3 is a broken web. It'll never heal. Web 4 is fiat mining. Web 5 is Bitcoin. Remember, we need rules for money. We don't need rulers. We need rules for money. We don't need rulers. That's Web 5. Our future's already here. The aliens are already here. Satoshi Nakamoto already solved everything. It's just that the future is not very evenly distributed. So when people hate on China, they're saying that the Chinese yuan is going to be the next default currency. Guess what, kids? Chinese people aren't Jewish people. We don't want to lend you money that you'll never pay back so that way you give us your young children. That's not how Chinese people are. In fact, if you do pedophilia in China, I think you get assassinated. Web 5. Web 5 became sentient January 2008, 2008, because October 31, 2007, the 9-page white paper dropped. When that 9-page white paper dropped, it was an external API into the Federal Reserve. I'm going to guess that Satoshi Nakamoto was friends with Barack Obama. Barack Obama, maybe you don't know how the Democrat Party works, but it's not making rich people richer. Barack Obama, Democrat. You're supposed to not make rich people richer as a Democrat. You're supposed to just tax the rich and give the money to the poor. I can play in that system. I can play in a system where the rules aren't always changing. But guess what? Satoshi Nakamoto, the pseudonym, the mythical superhero, he was like, Barack Obama, what are you doing? It's going to be socialism for rich people, bailing out a bank. So when a bank gets bailed out, meaning a bank can take a super stupid risk, and after that super stupid risk loses money, the government just refunds the money that you lost. Who's watching this? Is your brain on right now? I don't get it. I don't get whose brain's not on right now. Eye rolls because eye rolls. So, Satoshi Nakamoto, Barack Obama, are you going to bail out another bank? So, Block 1, Code 1, Web 5. Chancellor bails out another bank. Coinciding with Barack Obama doing what the Chancellor did in the UK. The answer is not always money printing, but to a government official, the only answer is money printing. What's an external API? It's Satoshi Nakamoto running the Federal Reserve using the Federal Reserve's laws. That's why you need to be a super fielder in order to survive. That's what I'm selling you for $0. Super fielder, are you good at accounting? Super fielder, are you good at engineering? Super fielder, are you good at computer coding? Super fielder, are you good at being a student athlete who once in a while gets humiliated? Super fielder, are you good at asking questions? Why are questions important? Because it's PQRST, preview, question, read, summarize, test. P, prompting, Q, questions. When you ask bad questions, enjoy your marbles getting lost. When you ask bad questions, say bye-bye to the testosterone. Say bye-bye to the testosterone. I'm doing this drug-free, obviously. The reason I'm ignoring you is because you don't like yourself and you don't get what I'm saying ever, and you don't get better between videos. That's why. So be better. Which, speaking of being better, what you miss, you're just missing, which is Bitcoin's going to swallow the world. It already has swallowed the world. That's Web 5. But you're too late for that But Web 12, you're not too late for that. We're not about trying to spike the football in somebody's face. Because if you don't see this as spiking the football on 12 levels, you're telling me that your biological father took off. And then now you're a woman with some daddy issues. And I'm not laughing at my own joke. I'm laughing at you. I'm laughing at you. I'm not laughing at you because I want to feel better than you. I'm laughing at you because it seeps out of people who they are. And I'm just saying we can just become better. We don't have to try to drag me down. We don't have to try to drag me down. Crabs in a pot. Web 5, Bitcoin. The future's here. It's just not evenly distributed. And I'm not going to just bark out a soliloquy or sing you a country song about your life turning around. Your pretzel brain turned into a pretzel. I'm going to read your pretzel comment. When all the Bitcoin's mined, AI will become sentient. Bitcoin stores memory. It's AI's memory bank. So you're mixing Web 12 with Web 5. You're literally mixing the two together while having 0 Web 0 and 0 Web 2 and 0 Web 1. This is making it easier for you, which is the reason you have fewer than $1,000 saved is because Web 4 tricked you into not saving any money. How correct am I about you having less than $1,000 US saved? Because this is why Bitcoin bros miss, which I never miss. This is why I'm batting 1,000. This is why I'm the blonde billionaire's whisperer, which is you can't save 6.15 Bitcoin if you've never saved $6.15. Meaning, if you can't save $615, how are you ever going to save 6 Bitcoin? If you can't save $615, this is black people's brains on the marshmallow test and women's brains. And I'm not lumping black people with women. I'm not. But what happened to the money? And why here's a simple question, which is before you turn 30 years old, how is it possible for you to not make 6 figures total? Before you turn 30, how do you not make 6 figures total? Larry, I know 7 people who make 6 figures a year. Okay, but 99% of the aforementioned groups of people do not make 6 figures total before turning 30 years old. This is why testosterone, there's a secret war on testosterone, because during the secret war and overt war on testosterone, why am I the only person coming to the conclusion of, Larry, this is who I want. I want a person who's over 6 feet tall. I want a person with washboard abs. Larry, your abs are very nice. And I want a person to make 6 figures a year. I started to hear 666 all the time. And then I didn't get allergic to it because it benefits me. It benefits me because Aaron Patzer. Who's Aaron Patzer? He was like, Larry, as soon as the temperature drops, as soon as the temperature drops, as soon as the temperature rises, I don't care. My name's Aaron Patzer. I'm going to take my shirt off. What I'm doing in this stream is testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. This is Aaron Patzer giving me testosterone. Aaron Patzer sold the company to Intuit, $180 million. Am I going to say that Duck9 is a non-employee co-founder of Mint? Just probably a coincidence. That Duck9 launches unicorns. The sign, the unicorn sign, that's probably a coincidence too. Oh, Mr. Robot, you get to be a moderator. You're the first person to get that right. I've been rocking the Mr. Robot mask for at least 100 videos. 120 videos. Oh my God, more than 120 videos? Say it's not true. Say it's not true. You can't say it's not true because it's true. So when you say move out of your parents' house, get a real job, you're telling me that you know two business models: beg, borrow, steal from your parents, and dollars per hour. This is how you know that I am 9 houses deep, which is this. In house number 5, I got tired of saying, no, you can't live at my house when I'm not here. I got tired of saying that because that's what women do. Is this your house? But you're not ever here. Can I live in it for free? I got tired of that question. So what I did was I made house number, we'll call it 5, because that was the first house I did it in. I made it into a house where it looked like my auntie lived there, where I did the whole house as a fuck you because I love money. I love fuck you money so much that I went ahead and talk about 650 versions of fuck you money. Larry, how does fuck you money have anything to do with the title of this video, testosterone? I know who stole testosterone. The videos and the topics connect because once you have fuck you money, your testosterone blossoms because now you're no longer a slave because you don't have one theoretical version of fuck you money. You have 7 versions of fuck you money. House 5, fuck you money. I got tired of people mooching because when people ask you for money, it mitigates your testosterone. Hey, I have a really good business idea. Will you lend me $1 million? That's why we're friends. Hey, you don't live here. Can I live here when you don't live here? Decorating the house as if it's my aunt's house. That way I can say, no, you can't live in my aunt's house when she's not here or I'm not here. And then she'll be like, oh, cool. She's not going to come home right away, is she? Because I'm going to be naked soon. I'm going to be naked soon in the pool. No. Nobody's allowed to swim naked in the pool. Why is naked swimming in my pool not allowed? 1, there need to be rules around a pool because if there are no rules around a pool, you're going to need to drain that pool. And that pool has a lot of water. If you let women swim with no bathing suit, pretty soon there's going to be an avalanche of she's going to pee in the pool, She's going to drink by the pool. And she's not going to just drink out of a plastic cup. She's going to drink right out of the glass beer bottle. What happens when you break glass in a pool that you own? What happens? We're going to have to go swim at a hotel and drain our pool. Do I look like I want to drain a pool? Even if the pool water costs $1, which it doesn't, it costs like $300. Even if the pool water were to cost $1, I still don't want to drain $1 worth of water. It's not that I don't want to waste water. And then what happens when you don't drain the pool? Now you're swimming in glass shards. That's why you can't swim naked in the pool. Plus, if you're swimming naked in a pool, I now have to swim with an erection. Do I look like I want to swim with an erection? Have you ever tried swimming with an erection? Have you ever tried swimming in an erection? It's not fun. Or now I gotta get out of the pool. Oh, I should swim naked too? No, 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 no. No, no, no. Nobody wants to see the flag all the way up the pole. That's why you're going to need to swim in a bathing suit. But Larry, I didn't bring my bathing suit. Cool. You can go ahead and not swim. Larry, if you're rich enough, like you say you are, why don't you have a couple extra bathing suits? Why don't you have a couple extra bathing suits? Case study on bathing suits. Ken Howery, Luke Nosek. Why is that a case study with our Paul Shaw? This is what happens when you live in an indoor pool. Yeah, the Gavin Newsom house that Ken Howery, Luke Nosek, and Arpan Shah ended up living in. This is testosterone. I know who stole your testosterone. By not having any rules, you're going to be ruled by mishap, entropy, and things that go wrong. Things that go wrong. You said move out of your house, get a real job. So what you're not understanding, which now you do understand, is when you're managing your residence, when you're managing your business models, you're managing the testosterone model as you're managing ass model. The heart and the foundation of people's shortcoming is not understanding business model. What is a business model? It's the Alexander Ostrander's models for business. Because you thinking that I am beg, borrow, stealing or dollars per houring, you're not understanding that you should be saying thank you for this intellectual property that I'm transferring from me to you, which is move out of your parents' house, get a real job. I'm not going to say that my shoes alone will make more money than you do before you turn 30. I'm not going to say that because I'm going to give you testosterone. I'm not going to take away and demoralize you. This is the first time you've ever been talked to man to woman. This is why I'm the vagina whisperer, which is you're saying beta things, not just beta male. You're saying beta human things, which is you're a woman pretending to be a man named Larry Cameron, and you're saying, hey, move out of your parents' house. So when you wire your brain to say beta things, you're going to get beta results. And in private equity and in venture capital, asset class, private equity, asset class. There's this concept. It's called seeking alpha. Alpha is very hard to discover. If you're coming upon this video and this is your first time experiencing a Larry Chang video, congratulations. I'm the guy who front ran Stanford University future classes, meaning Stanford's going to teach a class. I already extrapolated the class. How? By using AI before artificial intelligence. I use something called American intelligence. So you're going to teach a class. I'm going to guess at your next 4 classes innovation within engineering entrepreneurship. That's what I do. This is testosterone. I'm giving you testosterone. Think of it as I'm inseminating a baby into your brain. But it's not a human baby, it's a financial birth. Think of it as non-employee co-founder. Hat tip Ken Howry, hat tip Luz Nosik, hat tip Larry Chang in the Gavin Newsom house. Can I just borrow a bathing suit? You could swim next time. You can swim next time. This is testosterone, which is setting rules for your pool. Oh, wouldn't it be great to have women over? Sometimes they could swim naked. That's actually not what you want. That's actually not what you want. And you wouldn't get it until you paid the price. Are you going to be paying the price, or are you just going to trust the alpha male named Larry Chang telling you when you get a pool and you're single, you don't want to let single girls swim naked in your pool? I did not stutter. I did not stutter. You definitely don't want to let your guy friends swim naked either, right? Obviously. Nobody swims naked. Do I sometimes swim naked? No comment. Everybody's cat gets wet. Everybody's cat gets wet. You want to reroute your vagina energy into taking some notes. So pull your bean flicking fingers from out and let's go. Ron Lowther has chimed in. This is comedy gold. I made a bold claim earlier that I want you to financially benefit from, and that is this. There's a future class that's going to be taught. It's called Strategic Management 353E for editing somebody else's bankrupt business. We don't need to search fund, buy a business for $130 million. We can just take over that business using software. Where do I get that confidence from? You could take over a 9-figure business just using software. Happens all the time, Missy. Happens all the time. If Satoshi Nakamoto can take over the Federal Reserve using 9 pages of code, you could do it too. You just need to believe in yourself. Do you believe in yourself? Will you believe in yourself kicking and screaming? Stram GT 353, Strategic Management 353. This is how to take over a company using code. If Satoshi Nakamoto can take over the Federal Reserve in a hacker way where Superfielder, category number 7, legal law expert. superfielder accounting, superfielder engineering, superfielder code, superfielder ledger management, superfielder interrogation, asking questions. Superfielder is what I'm tricking you into learning about. This is the key that unlocks all keyholes. Think of yourself as owning Larry Chang's penis. And now that special penis that you software API into can go into any keyhole. This is where I wax poetic while I shine on this half-heartedly told complaint. Larry Chang doth protest too much. The reason nobody wants to fuck me is because everybody wants to fuck me. This is vagina whispering. This is just what happens when I didn't know I was looks maxing. I didn't know. I did not know. I did not know. What else are you going to talk to when you're dating a Victoria's Secret model other than what's your beauty regimen? Like, what else are you going to learn from her? If you're really, 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 really good looking, what are we going to talk about? I don't want to be there when I'm not fucking you. I don't want to be there. Or when I'm not getting blown. I don't want to be there. But if I'm going to have to be there, I'm going to sit there and say, okay, vapid, selfish woman, teach me something. How does your skin look like that? Like, is it genetics or what's your pre-bed routine? I'm sparkling and snickering because I kind of don't give a fuck. I kind of don't care. But I'm going to ask myself, okay, I don't want a blowjob now, but I do want to get blown in 90 minutes. Should I leave and then come back? Because then I might have to warm her up all over again. Why don't I just go ahead and stay? Plus, I think we might be on vacation together. Anyway. So I got to be here for 90 minutes, and I don't want to watch the TV that you're watching because your brain rot content, it's depressing me. I'm actually less horny now, which is your Netflix is causing me to lose testosterone. I didn't even list that on the script, but your pansexual neurodivergent TV programming, it's causing you to not get the best penis that you've ever had, Larry Chang penis. So what you're doing with a ubiquitous key that can open all doors is you're now understanding my YouTube business model, which is once you understand that each one of my videos is a ubiquitous, not get out of jail free card, you silly African American people. We don't want to get out of jail free card. We don't. Because sometimes in jail, they'll just Jeffrey Epstein us and then force us to live on pedo nation, Israel. He's not dead. What we're wanting is a key that unlocks all doors. That's what I possess. And I'm not going to rent you my penis, but I will sell you a bucket of baby jizz for $275,000. And when I mean bucket, I mean a mouthful that you can use to make a baby. I'm selling you a load of baby juice for $275,000. That baby is guaranteed to get 2 gold medals and play 2 pro sports as it self-funds itself, man or woman, boy or girl, into Stanford University. Stanford University. That's my business model. Selling jizz. Why? because Wasians kind of had a good moment. Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang, Adam Crampton, and Allison Gu. Allison Gu. Yeah, Allison Gu. Alyssa Liu, Eileen Gu. Come on now. Sarah Park, Lisa Kim. Who's coming up with these names? Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. Did I say Larry Chang 4 times? It's a different Larry Chang. It's Larry Chang from GameStop, not to be mixed up with this Larry Chang from GameStop, not to be confused with Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang. Oh, it's very, it's very amazing. It's very amazing, my third brain. So what we're doing is, my third brain is my penis. So what we're doing is we're connecting brain 3 to web 4. Web 1, internet. Web 2, social media. Web 3, shitcoin. Web 4, fiat mining. Web 5, Bitcoin. Brain 1, your brain. Brain 2, your stomach. Brain 3, penis or vagina. Brain 4, your butt. Brain 5, Web 12. What we're doing is we're connecting my penis to Web 4. That's the unlock code. And I know that sounds hilarious, and I know that people think this is comedy gold. But I'm literally saying brain 3, Web 4. Brain 3, Web 4. Brain 3, Web 4. And before you start blaming Stanford University, know that I am University of Illinois only. By the way, this is a piece of news from 2050, which is, or maybe 2035, which is a Chinese national joining NASA. NASA, you know, that PR agency that is supposedly a space agency. Did you guys understand the business model of NASA? It's a PR agency pretending to be a space agency. That's why they're going to get astrophysicist and Chinese national, who's not even a Chinese national. I think she only has one passport, which is American. Eileen Gu. Enjoy being a fucking astronaut. Why are we talking about Stanford astronauts? Because currently every Stanford astronaut came from Illinois. Not Illinois the state. They came from University of Illinois. I'm not going to add to your masturbatory swamp. I'm not going to add to that. I'm not going to add to that. Plus, instead of masturbating to this YouTube live stream, why don't you start taking some notes, make some money, and buy me a Porsche Cayenne? That would help you much more than dirty talk, dirty bathroom pictures. Your boobs are very nice. Thank you. Okay. Your boobs are very nice. I appreciate the boob pictures. I don't. Netflix. I'm watching her content. And she's talking about looks maxing. I'm asking her about her skincare routine. I care zero about her skincare routine. I care zero about it. I don't care what makeup you're using. I don't care about any of it. The reason I don't care about any of it is I don't care. I literally don't care. But if we're going to have to talk about something, I'm going to ask some questions because you're older than 22, you're younger than 23. So I'm going to get all of your knowledge while I'm already here. Why am I not leaving? Because I want a blowy in 70 minutes. And if I leave and come back it's going to be 3 hours. Plus, you're super hot. Like, who knows what or where you'll be. It's just much easier if I stay. But because I'm staying, you're going to be trying to take away my testosterone. Why? Because when we hang out, you see how many other women want to fuck me. And then you're going to say, those people that want to fuck you, they don't all want to fuck you. I want to fuck you. The reason they want to fuck you is she'll come up with some non-reason. She'll come up with some thing because she's trying to steal testosterone. She's trying to steal testosterone. In the same way that other people are trying to listen to the most genius stuff that they've ever heard and then say something retarded. Here's an example. Can I take over a business using Web 9? You haven't even done it a half a time, and you're going to be cracking jokes and saying stupid stuff? This is why I am the vagina whisperer. Thank you for telling me that you don't have blonde hair. Are you a brunette? And thank you for telling me that you don't have a 14-inch drop or a 15-inch drop. What's a 15-inch drop, Larry? Is this brand new content? It's called 36, 22, 36. Or ideally 40, 20, 34. But let's just call it what it used to be in supermodel annals. Skincare routine. I don't care what your skincare routine is. I don't. But I'm going to ask you questions that I know that you know the answers to, so that way you can talk. Because I don't like to talk, even though here you think I like to talk. I don't. I like to learn and listen. And actually, if I'm being honest, I like peace and quiet. But I'm going to ask you questions that are in your sweet spot. Remember, you're a hot, dumb girl. You didn't even go to Stanford or Cal. You went to fucking NC State and you got into GSB on a back door. But you're hot and you have very nice boobs. So I'm here, and thank you for blowing me anytime I would like a blowy. Not thank you, I mean you're welcome. You're welcome for me getting a blowy. Thank you. Or I keep saying thank you. I can't help it. Underneath all of my bravado, I'm still thankful. So you're welcome. You're going to blow me. You're welcome. So she'll tell me about her skincare routine, and she'll say something like, oh, what I do with my tongue management, and now I'm interested. Did you say tongue management? Because I thought I wanted a blowy in 70 minutes. I kind of want a blowy right now. I'm so glad I didn't leave. Tell me about this skincare regimen via your tongue. Did you say tongue? Yeah, Larry, I said tongue. Swing! But remember, I'm going to get blown in 67 minutes. So I might as well learn something, because my brain is not an empty vessel. My brain is a super container stacked up to the stacks, kind of like the University of Illinois Library, where I enjoyed blowies via Christian dating. Would you like to blow me at the library? Oh, you mean stacks? Oh, say that again. Say that again. Stacks? Oh, say it again. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. I want to meet you by the I want to meet you by the No! Say it. Say it. Stacks? Say the whole sentence. I want to meet you at Stacks. This is called raw dogging, where you remnant porn. So you're creatively creating not porn in your mind, but a scenario called foreplay. So it's foreplay, foreplay, foreplay. It's like sextuple entendre. So 3 ways, oh, boring, which is a pun plus 1, where a sextuple entendre is 2 simultaneous 3 ways, kind of like this most homosexual thing I'll ever say, but it's not homosexual. Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. So you're doing a sextuple. Tongue management, Larry, that's part of my skincare regimen. Did you did you just say tongue? Did you just say tongue? Tongue. Did you say tongue? Now I'm interested. I'm fascinated. Tongue management is counterintuitive, which is, what do you do with your tongue when it's resting? So, where you park your tongue, it matters. It shifts the bones in your face. I heard rumblings within the supermodel community, which is some people get constantly accused of plastic surgery. I'm not going to say I only date hot women, but hot women get blamed for being stupid. They get blamed for that all the time. And in what I found out, which is why now I will only date hot women with big boobs, is hot women are wired for abundance. And when people think that hot women are dumb, it helps them learn. And they're not trying to impress anybody because they're hot. So because they're not trying to impress people, they'll just be like, okay, I'm an idiot. I don't care. I need to learn about this. That's what I learned about why I'm so smart. Because I'm not smart because I'm smart. I'm smart because I'm super hot, and I don't care if mid or ugly women think that I'm an idiot, because I don't care, because I'm hot. In the same way that I'm in the front row asking questions, it's the same thing with hot women who have big boobs who don't care. So we're talking, and she goes, tongue, tongue, tongue. The way that I manage my tongue. How do you manage your tongue? I manage my tongue by parking it in the right spot of my mouth. Maybe you don't know who Dr. Mew is. Maybe you don't know of clavicular and looks maxing. Maybe you don't know about my video, comedy maxing, Japanese maxing, Larry Chang maxing, which is looks maxing. It actually works because the skincare regimen of parking your tongue, it alters your brain. It alters your skull bone structure. Testosterone. Losing your testosterone. Once we figure out who's trying to steal testosterone and who's trying to help us make testosterone, our testosterone journey becomes improved. Brain 3, web 4. Brain 3, web 4. Brain 3, web 4. Brain 3, web 4.